Welcome back to the Carnegie Mellon School of Architecture first year final reviews, virtual edition. So I'm going to, my name's Gerard Damiani, I'm coordinator of the studio. I'm going to keep my introductory comments very short today, just because my introductory comments that you can find on the YouTube live section of this YouTube site will be able to provide you some insights as to what we're doing, why we're doing it. So today what I want to do was skip the kind of front end introduction of the project and kind of keep it relatively short. We've already introduced the faculty on Wednesday as well. So today I'm going to introduce our two guests, as well as maybe just talk for a moment about what we're reviewing today and how it differs from Wednesday's session. So to begin with, on the Wednesday session, we reviewed resonances, significant resonances that utilize the term typology of tower. So the idea of that the majority of the house is kind of organized in a kind of a vertical disposition, right? And then today we're looking at the role of courtyard. So we're looking at the idea of kind of a horizontal idea about sequence and space. So that's the differentiation in how we've organized the reviews that you're watching today. With that, I want to introduce our two guests, and maybe our guests might say a few words about themselves. So Betty Rexroad is here from New York City. Hi, Betty. Thank you for joining us.
Thank
want
you.
To say hello.
So just to give you a little bit of background, I am a CMU grad from 1989. I've lived and worked in Pittsburgh, in Austin, in Rome, and for the last 25 years in New York. I own a small architectural practice for the last 14 years. Prior to that, I was an associate in Gluckman Manor, which was largely art-related projects. And in New York, just about all of our work deals with existing buildings and how you either manipulate them or how you add to them. So looking at this work, it's all very interesting.
Terrific. Well, thank you for joining us, Betty. And Paul Pettigrew is here as well. He's visiting us today virtually from the Boston area, and it is a professor of architecture at MIT. Hi, Paul.
Hello. Yeah, so I'll give a quick background. So my background is that I'm actually really from Chicago. My father was an urban planner, so that's sort of my introduction to the architectural world was via cities. I studied architecture as an undergrad at the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana, then graduate school at MIT. I practiced as an architect for firms like Perkins & Will in Chicago. I then made kind of a horizontal move into the world of retail via working with the architecture department and design department at Crate & Barrel, helped them start another brand called CB2. I taught at the Illinois Institute of Technology for 16 years, and one of my students back in those days was Annie, and that's my connection to Carnegie Mellon here. And then about 4 years ago, I made my way back to MIT to kind of help them basically find more undergraduates who might be interested in studying architecture and/or design. And so I teach a few courses, but the one I'm currently teaching is a virtual entry-level architecture and design course.
Nice. Terrific. Well, don't do any recruiting here with our students. So, well, thank you, Paul, for joining us. This is going to be a fun day for us all. We're looking forward to hearing both Betty and Paul's comments. So what I'd like to do is, why don't we, the students kind of understand how we're running the review. So Grace, we're going to be asking you now to share your screen and do the first presentation. And please kind of position the project in a kind of clear way to kind of help our guests kind of understand what you've been working on this semester and how you've been going about the project, if you don't mind. And what maybe Grace, if Grace misses something, obviously I'm happy for Brian, right, or Chloe to kind of add additional information to this kind of to your presentations, kind of just helping to kind of position the problem, the project, your process, et cetera.
Hey, and if I can just add something here before Grace gets going, for each of the students, when you share your screen, and Grace, I don't know if you can see this on your Miro board, but you've got the hide changes highlighting. If you can hit that and turn off the highlighting of all of the changes, one, it'll get rid of that button on the screen, and two, it'll get rid of the purple highlights.
Mm-hmm. And Andrew, maybe the other point you want to make is about shutting down the user interface, meaning all the tags of everyone in the Miro board, right?
Yep.
So, and I believe our students kind of know where that device is. But if you don't, Andrew, you want to point it out to them?
Yeah, it's up on the top menu toward the right-hand side where you'll see the icons of all of us who are on the board right now, but there's the little pointer icon that either is blue or black. If it's blue, it needs to be selected to turn it black to turn off all of everybody's pointers.
Terrific. All right. Let's see. Grace, we're looking for you right now. There we go.
Am I sharing my screen?
You are.
You are.
Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Grace, and my building is the Stephen Hall Daeyeon Gallery and House. It's located in South Korea, and
don't forget to hide those changes, by the way. Right? You see the pink boxes. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
So the two important things that I learned from my residence is the continuation of sequence, like the nonstop experience of how one can experience the building, and then also the composition of the house, which is very special. It's inspired from a note. So taking that, my new residence is located is right here. It's located above the gallery space, gallery pavilion. And I manipulated the sequence to make it continuous. So you could, first you will enter up from these stairs into this library space. And then you will have the choice to either go out to the rooftop deck or go through these stairs and then up into this loft area, which is the studio space. And then you could go out through the hallway and then enter down to the rooftop deck again. And then that is shown in the perspectives and then also the axon, which is right here. And that is my addition to the residence.
Okay, and if you don't mind, just show the perspectives as well. There we go. Mm-hmm.
So the sequence is from the bottom. You would from the left to the right and then going up. So the first one is where you first enter the house, and then you see the facades. And then this one will be where you enter from the outside through the stairs, and then where you first see the water condition. And then this one is where you go into the reception pavilion, where you see the stairs going down to the gallery space. And then at this point, you can meet the water at eye level. This is where you have entered the gallery space. This is the basement floor. And then this one is where you, it's the first level of the gallery pavilion. And then this one is where you see outside into the water. Right here is where you're at the turning point of the first level. So you would proceed up to the new addition area. And then this one is the second level, which is the first level of my new addition. This is the library space. This is another perspective of when looking out. And then this is still the first space, but from the outside looking inside. So that's the stairs where you would go up to the studio. And then this one is at the studio space. So this is the desk looking out. And then this is the hallway where you can go and then to these stairs that you would go down to the rooftop deck again. And then this is a perspective of one standing on the rooftop deck and then looking back at the stairs and the facade of the building.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, let's. So if you stop sharing your screen now, Brian, you'll be joining us.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Can you guys see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, I'm Brian, and adding on to what Grace said about the Dayang Gallery and House. To me, the most important principle of this house was this horizontal datum of water, which connects all three of the pavilions, and which kind of holds the main experience of the building, which is kind of walking up these stairs and kind of becoming eye level with the water. So that's why for my tower edition, it made sense to follow the same logic and expand the water and add my extra tower as a fourth pavilion, which would fit with the same logic as having this horizontal datum of water connected with the other three pavilions. And just to kind of visualize that, I placed it right here on the side of the residence house, because the house is split up into two gallery pavilions and a residence pavilion. So I made sure to perfectly align my tower addition with the side of the residence pavilion, since it was more of a private space. And this could only be entered through the residence pavilion, and the water kind of acts as a means of isolation. So you can only get through it outside on the side of the residence pavilion. And I complimented the sequence, to talk about the sequence of getting there. You'd be able to enter through either the garage door and the entry door up into the residence pavilion, and then you'd have to walk across the water. And then once there, you'd either be able to walk down and descend a few feet below the ground under the water, or ascend up to the second floor. Now, to look at some of my perspectives, once you enter my tower, it pretty much just becomes a clear division between appreciating the water or appreciating the mountains behind it. So right here, through this set of perspectives, using some mass and composition, I try to strategically slowly reveal the mountains as much as possible through small openings on the back facade facing the mountains. And only once you reach the balcony would you be able to have a full kind of view of the exterior around the tower. Whereas the direct opposite would be the first floor, in which instead of ascending up the stairs into the mountain area, you'd be slowly wrapping around into a descent where there'd only be this long horizontal slit of water. And since this would be the library program, I put a desk right there on level with the water. So you'd be able to read a book by the water. Then I imagine the studio being kind of up in the mountains with a view of the Korean neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks. Oops, gonna lock these panels, everyone. Lock. So, okay, please make sure your Moreau boards are locked, or we will move them on you. So.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So my name is Chloe, and there are 3 main sequences in the Daeyeon Gallery that leads to the 3 pavilions above. And the sheet of water in the middle helps establishes the plane of reference from above and below, where you can see in the primary sequence, the entry pavilion in the middle brings the viewers up to eye level of the water to perceive it as the horizon that unifies the 3 pavilions. Adding to the original sequence, my addition is placed next to the private residence pavilion, where the 2 structures are visually connected with a continuous roof and openings between them. And in the central pavilion, the view to the addition will blend in with the residence. The geometry of the addition is generated following the existing logic in the architecture between the side walls and the pavilions, and the proportions follows the relationship between the inside divisions of space and the larger form. Between the pavilion and the addition, I created a subtractive joint that introduces the addition as like a forced pavilion spatially, in which the stairs leads the viewers down to the water level, setting this threshold zone that transits the view from the water to the courtyard and to the mountain at the back. In terms of the programs, the lowest level is the library level with a reading space on top and the studio and the roof above, where all the views is directed and framed to the mountain. In the original architecture, Stephen Ho uses skylights and openings to activate the space, and the proportions are organized around golden ratio and the Fibonacci sequence. So I generated the skylights on my roof using the same proportions. The openings in the house also creates a grid system that kind of weaves the light to create movement and flow that echoes to the idea of creating music in architecture. In addition, the opening also follows the same grid and has a diagonal directionality of light that points the view towards the center. So besides accessing the addition through the residence, you can also enter the space following the stairs and level changes in the courtyard, as you can see in this row of sequence drawings. And that's it.
Okay. All right. So, Chloe, please lock your work while we're talking so that we don't destroy anything else. Thank you. Okay.
And so just a clarification to Paul and Betty, the perspective images that the students did, they were directed to introduce a blue sky to any of the views that have been manipulated, changed as a result of the addition that they added to the existing house. And that's why you'll see the blue. I think for several of these students, they also chose to put blue on their water surface.
Mm-hmm. Terrific. Good. Well, as everyone's starting to kind of think about some comments here, what I think is kind of interesting, one thing that came to mind, Grace, for your project as we get started is this real interest in your scheme about looking down on the roofs of the existing residence, right, and museum, right. And this idea sometimes with architects, we sometimes use the term like that the roof is the fifth facade. And in this particular building, Stephen Hull truly treats the rooftop like a facade. And one of the aspects that I really like about your strategy is that you're attempting to get up high by way of the addition so that you could really view the rooftop as a kind of elevation, right? That basically the roof plan is that elevation. And so that's obviously one of the aspects of that house that's very important, right? The roof is important. We understand why and how it filters light and how it's part of the musical score that's kind of used as the inspiration for helping to set up the problem. And then Brian, for you, I appreciate that you're suggesting that the idea of extension with the water, understanding that water is a kind of critical datum to the house, the way in which it separates the lower level from the upper level and the way Stephen Hull composes, right, and uses the idea of sequence of that kind of intermediate level of the stair to suggest occupying the water line. And I really appreciate how you incorporate and revisit that idea of occupying the horizon line of the pool of water. I think that's a really wonderful aspect to your scheme. And Chloe, with your project, what I'm taken by right now is your role of your diagrams are really do help set up how you're thinking about the project, and I really appreciate the kind of rigor of the proportion and rhythm diagrams that you're starting to look at to start to suggest how your idea can be kind of further refined through the process of diagramming. And I think that's very successful in this project, that we could really see how diagrams lead, right? Help to contribute, help to give greater kind of meaning and importance, right? Legibility to your scheme. So I really appreciate that.
I think one of the things that's interesting is that each of you, in terms of your interests in the project, have taken you've used different tools in terms of how do you each approach and diagram the space. And Grace, one of the questions I would ask in putting your addition on top and looking at the roofscape as an important datum that becomes then the base plan for your addition is, how do you take the introduction of in placing yours on top, when you take the skylights away to the existing gallery space, how does that change that space? And is there a way for you then to adjust or introduce or change that existing space that your addition changes? And then how do you also then, when you're looking at the top of your addition, how does that speak to the lower levels in terms of a dialogue?
Okay, so the first thing that I thought about when I was creating my new edition was that I didn't want to change the shape or composition of the three pavilions because I thought that was important. So when I was trying to add my new edition, I was trying to maintain the rooftop by putting my second level, um, by trying to make my second level disappear in a sense. So you can see in my axon that the structures, I was trying to minimize the structure um, uh, on my second level. So in a way that the three pavilions will still read as the three pavilions, and my addition will be read separately. So in that way, it won't disturb the original composition of the house. Um, am I making sense?
You are making sense. I'm not sure if I agree with your thoughts on it. I would actually argue that the other two proposals that add a fourth pavilion probably do a better job to maintain the integrity of the existing architecture by not having as dramatic of a direct physical impact on the existing building. By separating themselves, still having a connection to them. While yes, they are adding a fourth component to the overall building complex and the idea of these pavilions, they're having a lighter touch on the existing.
I guess I'll start by first saying, I knew of this project, generally, but not intimately, not to the degree that you all now know it. So I think the overall presentation or introduction of the house by way of drawings and diagrams is great, because it was very helpful in kind of getting me into the project and hopefully into a little bit of the mindset of a Stephen Hull. And so what jumps out to me about the house is that it has this sort of dual program of both looking inward and outward. You know, when it looks inward, it's looking at this reflection pool. And when it looks outward, I suspect the mountains and or the landscapes that surround it become kind of the key elements. And so I think the problem you're faced with is you're being asked to make an addition, but I think at the same time you're being forced to subtract, right? Because wherever you place your addition, it then subtracts from what the previous residence was seeing when it would look outward or would look inward. And so choices have to be made. I think all three do a pretty nice job of kind of retaining that idea of looking inward and outward, at least the way you presented it, because I think there was this sort of consistent reference to where's the water at any given time as I'm making my way through the sequence. And then to a certain degree, each of you talked about, you know, where is the landscape as I make my way through the sequence of the new structure. What surprised me, and that's the part I didn't quite pick up on initially, was the fact that the roof is almost like a third element now. In the, you know, now that Stephen Hall has built this house, you have this third element, and I think at least the one project, I mean, they all kind of picked up on the roof, but I think the one where you're now looking at the roof from above and taking that too into, you know, making that a part of your overall experience was a pretty exciting move, especially the part where you really discussed the golden rectangle and its influence on that initial design. I think the boldest one, in a sense, is to put it in I think that's Brian, right? Is who where you put your pavilion right in the water. To me, that's pretty bold because I think, you know, there's a certain pristine, certainly poetic quality to that water space, and so to put the pavilion in the water is a bold move, and it would definitely be sort of the. I think it probably makes for a really nice addition to the overall composition in the sense that it kind of adds this additional component to the collection of components that make up the house. And it might end up being this great, amazing place, but at the same time, it definitely is there in the water, and it also is there to kind of compete with the landscape as part of what you're seeing and what you're experiencing.
Yeah, I appreciate the variations that we have three projects that are really treating how to deal with the idea of addition very differently. And if we look at Chloe's for a moment, we look at the axonometric, right, the paraline drawing, the way in which you are suggesting in the diagrams that it's a continuation of the one mass, and you're kind of studying its proportion. And we really, but because of the kind of program, right, you go up to a second level, and what's particularly fun about it is you're now treating the roof as a kind of a warped surface, right? This idea that the addition can take on the characteristics that now the horizontal surface of roof making now becomes facade making and then becomes roof making again on your addition. So it's a bit like it's a carpet, right? You're treating the roof as a kind of carpet to unify the addition to the existing condition. And Brian, obviously, you know, you've chosen to kind of create the datum, right? The datum line of the roof as a continuation idea, which I'm just kind of pointing out the obvious, but the thing that's wonderful about it, of course, is you create another pavilion as part of the kind of composition, right? Chloe suggests an issue of addition, but manipulation through the role of the section. You suggest the kind of pavilionizing of the piece, and then Grace, for you, your addition is probably, because it is bold about really wanting to understand the roof. I think the one point that Betty was making about, you know, you now lose the kind of skylight condition, but you at least incorporate it as part of the floor condition of your addition, which I like, that you say, okay, I'm going to still keep those aspects. And those conditions of what I would imagine be kind of glass flooring that would start to allow for you to have at least a visual clue to the space that sits underneath it. The perspective drawing that you show in the kind of montage in your plan drawing, so if we look at the floor plans and we look at that one drawing that is a photo montage, I believe, right? I'm not mistaken, right? It's kind of this white building. I think the way you set this up, I think, is an interesting one for me, because it is truly meant to be an addition. And one thing that, since this is a bit of a working review, that I might suggest to you is the importance of that reading as the kind of figure is very important. But the in-between space, right? Yellow might not be the best color. I'll use green, right? But could be utilized, and I think it could be tested in this perspective drawing, because I think there's a real importance to suggesting that this building sits, but you allow for a transparency, something about that floor plate that allows you to see the stair as a kind of figure, but it separates your addition from the datum of the roof, right? And so the question is, or something that you need to make clear is oops, is the difference between I'm going to say that layer through transparency, right? It would just set up a better it would set up a dialogue. And right now the presentation, it's a little hard to know what that dialogue is. I think you're doing it, but this drawing, I think, needs to help to emphasize that idea.
That the addition in Grace's could also be done at the end of that pavilion and come up, have a layer where that roof plane sort of transparently continues through. You move up through that layer and into a top library or studio, looking back down then on the roof itself. But I think Gerard, your mention of this transition between the two forms becomes very important in how you think about, particularly when you want to preserve a condition.
Yeah, because I mean, an addition wants, at least in this particular case, I see it. At first glance, you'd say, "Oh, how's that being sensitive?" But I think it's being very sensitive by, if you start to think about that kind of spark plug gap between the addition and the building. Right? So, students, you'll have to Google what a spark plug is, but you'll start to understand that there's kind of a tension between those two things. So should we move along, or is there more comments that want to be given? I don't want to cut anyone off. But.
The only comment I would make, and I suspect it'll come up with some of the other projects, is having worked on a lot of additions over the years. One of the things that's always fun to do is just to kind of think a little bit about what types of architecture make for easier additions and what types of architectures make for more complicated additions. And at least for me, the work that I know of Stephen Hall's, I would have guessed them to be more difficult to add on to. But this particular project actually lends itself, and I suspect it's because of the pavilion nature of it. All three are worthy addition proposals. Like, you could easily show these three to the family if they were in fact really wanting to expand their current residence, and all would be legitimate proposals. And I think that's partly a credit to the architect's original scheme, and of course a credit to the students who proposed them. So
thanks. Perfect. So let's move along. So I think Paul, we're moving to some familiar territory for you in some respects based on your CV.
Yeah.
So Paul may say, there we go. Hey, Darren.
Do you see my board?
Yeah, looks good. We're ready.
Hi, my name is Darren, and I worked with the courtyard houses by Mies van der Rohe. One of the house's architectural elements that I was really interested in was the cruciform columns. So there are evenly spaced cruciform columns in each house, which act as the only structural support and are important in the composition of the house. I saw that the columns create a regular grid, which are then shifted by the placement of internal walls, shown with the dashed lines in this diagram. And this new composition creates the public sequence of the house, which I outlined here, and leads to the courtyard. Another compositional element that I looked at was the spatial overlaps within the public space. The internal walls create many little spaces that overlap, and in this diagram, I outlined the overlapping space within the house. So in my addition, I wanted to apply the same ideas of shifting the outlines and like the spatial hierarchy created by the overlapping space. So I chose to extrude the spaces that contribute to the public sequence, with the first extrusion above the roof being the outline of the public sequence, and the second extrusion following the outline of the overlapping space. So the first level is the lighter outline here, and the second level is the darker one. I extruded the existing walls upwards to enclose the addition and placed stairs at the point where the internal sequence in the second extrusion, like in the point where you get the choice of either going up towards the addition or traveling outwards into the courtyard. The first level of the addition is the roof of the existing building, and the same walls that exist below leads upwards towards the library space, for which I took away the second level of the roof to make a really tall space that suggests like an upward movement. After passing through the library, you're taken upstairs into the studio space. The areas that are enclosed by the highest roof are the indoor studio spaces, and the open areas are the rooftop decks. And as you travel past the studio, you're led to the view of the sky. So going back to like the starting point of the stairs, either sequence you choose to take, like out to the courtyard or up to the addition, you're eventually met with like a view of the exterior. Like you meet the exterior.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Cunningham, and I also studied the 3 courtyard houses by Mies van der Rohe. These are 3 separate houses, and for my addition, I chose to focus on the largest house. I focused on 3 primary organizers for my analysis of this residence. I focused on the square and golden section as spatial organizers, and then the regular grid of columns that is then overlaid by an irregular grid of interior partitions. These 3 organizers work together to create a system of overlapping spaces that works with the glass exterior walls of the house, to create a permeability between indoor and outdoor spaces that pushes you towards the outdoor courtyard. The sequence of these houses relies largely on compression at the entrance, which then pushes you to the release of a main living space, and then ultimately into the courtyard outside. The sequence of my tower works with this logic, using the golden section as a plan spatial organizer, and then using a system of intersecting planes overlaid on top of an extension of the existing columnar grid to transition Mies's ideas of compression and release and spatial overlap from the horizontal to the vertical. The sequence of my tower adds on to the existing sequence. So you must go out from the main living space into the courtyard in order to go up into the tower. You then ascend up a dark entrance stair that's lined with books, and that is compression, followed by a release of a 2-story studio space with a view of the courtyard. This is release. And then you ascend up a second staircase and down a hallway, which is compression again, which pushes you out towards the rooftop balcony that provides horizontal and vertical release with a view over the courtyard and the surrounding landscape below. Thank you.
Hi, can you see my screen?
Yes.
We can.
Hi, my name is Leon, and I'm also working on the group of courthouses by Mies. My proposal introduces 2 additional floors to one of the 3 courthouses, with a second floor that functions as a library and a smaller 3rd story that functions as an art studio. So the main geometry of the house is generated by stacking the second and third story on top of Mises' original plan and extending the 9 supporting columns through to the upper stories. So we'll take a look at the diagrams. So both section and plan diagrams are drawn to show a consideration of critical composition in my design process. And some of the more important drawings include the diagrams that show the sequences of compression and expansion in the building sequence, the horizontal and vertical alignment, rhythm, and how vertical and volumetric lighting is introduced into the interior of the building. Spatial fluidity is an important concept in Mises' original plan, so I tried to introduce that idea to my edition. So the form of the second and third floor of the building is really arranged in a manner that can enhance a strong connection between the 3 floors. So the user could both look down to the second floor from the studio space and look up at the studio from the library space. So let's go back. The 2 exterior renderings of the building start to show the materiality of the addition. And the first drawing is a view from the entrance, and the second is a view from the courtyard, both from the ground level. So since the building, since the addition is now significantly higher than the original masonry walls, solid walls are introduced on the second and third level to preserve the privacy of the 2 other residents. And I also preserve the feeling of spatial openness in my edition that is also present in Mises' original plan. So the main sequence of the addition or the original plan starts from the entrance, extends to the courtyard, and back into the building, and then the user goes up the stairs to the second floor. And here are some views of the second floor, and finally the top studio space, and it ends at a view that looks back down at the second story. And thank you.
Thanks. All right.
Leon, just a quick question. Your floor plans, and I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding. One, it looks like you have, your addition is the full floor plate of this existing house for both, well, for essentially 2 stories, the second story being a mezzanine. The floor plans you have done, you've showed the stairs on what you're calling floor 2, but I don't see the staircase shown in your 3rd floor or your 1st floor, and I am actually just drawing a rectangle on both of those right now. I'm guessing that these are the locations for those stairs, maybe?
Yes. So I think the stairs mainly occupy the spaces in the second floor, so I included only the stairs on this plan for floor 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, Leon, I think I'm looking, when I look at your diagrams, I see how your diagrams have really shifted from looking at the kind of holistic relationship between, let's say, one dwelling and the exterior terrace to just starting to really analyze and diagram only the specifics of your own singular residence. The one thing that could probably help is, because you mentioned it in your verbal presentation, but I'm not quite seeing how it operates yet. This ability that when you go up and you make this two-story room for your addition, how it still provides, I believe you're interested in a sense of privacy that one can't kind of prospect into or view into, right? An adjacent courtyard. That was one of your goals, correct?
Yes.
So I would love to see you add those types of diagrams to your work for the documentation grading part of the assignment due on Monday, right? So we can understand how it's working, right? And also, what is it doing in relationship to the kind of critical composition of the large courtyard space, which is asymmetrical to the residence, right? Kind of a question for Paul, since and I know Annie as well. I mean, you two have spent a lot of time thinking and looking at Mies. It's like there's very few examples by Mies that really that change the kind of spatial paradigm from the horizontal to the vertical, such as we're seeing with pretty much all three schemes, right? And so the role of addition here is a kind of radical one, with Darren and Rebecca being one that's really they're kind of changing the horizontal stradation of the house to now being about a kind of a mixture between horizontal and vertical, and Leon's introducing this idea of the kind of open section, which I don't see Mies doing too often. I actually see like his assistant and former student James Speyer, who did a house for his mom here in Pittsburgh, that actually makes a two-story room actually surprisingly similar. Leon, to your proposal, which I'll have to share with you. I think you'll get a kick out of it. But this idea about making a kind of significant volume is what Leon, you're doing. That's very radical compared to Darren and Rebecca. I think Darren and Rebecca, your processes, especially Darren, it's interesting how Mies, who's inspired by the Steel movement, in the end, you end up actually making the building actually read quite De Stijl-like, right? It becomes almost like the Schroeder house, right? By Rieveld. But these.
I think if you want me to, I guess I can even add another layer of, I'll put this in quotes when I say expertise, but I actually, in Chicago, we have a condominium in one of Mies van der Rohe's apartment buildings. And in that tower, there actually happens to be a two-story penthouse on the top. It was originally designed for Mies's developer, who died shortly after the tower was built in the plane accident. And so I kind of, and then I also have one friend in the building who bought two units, one on top of the other, and cut a hole between them to turn it into a two-story apartment.
Wow.
And so I can tell you this, and I'll mention this mainly because I think each student has addressed three different aspects of what makes Mies's work so sort of silently brilliant. One is that in the Mies towers, you have the columns and the floors or ceilings as kind of independent of everything else. So in other words, if you want a bigger apartment or a different apartment, you just move the walls because they're only 2 inches thick and you can put them wherever you want, right? You can buy the apartment next to yours and turn it into your apartment. And so there's this ability to move laterally at will, just because of the independence of the columns and slabs. In the first one, Darren, I think he was pulling the walls up through 2 stories, and you can do that certainly. But what's kind of cool about at least the Mies towers is that you don't have to. You can do whatever you want on the next level as long as your column grid and your kind of roof slabs are sort of consistent. My friend who cut a hole in the floor was way more restricted. According to the structural engineers, you could only put that hole in a couple of very specific places in order to move then from one level to the next within kind of these units. And so And so you're kind of restricted. The 2-story penthouse was completely different in the sense that it was imagined as essentially a glass box surrounded by a rooftop, which is essentially a courtyard in the sky. I think all are really interesting because I think each of them picked up on certain elements that are so Miesian to me. I think probably the one that I've never seen before, because I think it both, it's close to the glass box is the penthouse. This is Rebecca, right? So I think, she picks up on, well, how would Mies do a kind of a 2-story semi-glass box structure? And I think the part that's sort of a bit of I think of what I liked about this one was that in addition to sort of doing the glass box, some of the opaque wall kind of moves up to that second level as well. And so you get the play of both the transparency and the kind of opacity that you experience on the ground level. So because I think my instinct would have been to just go with all glass. I think what I really liked about Leon's, his sections in particular, the sectional walkthroughs or the perspective walkthroughs is that little addition of just those few furniture elements makes all the difference in the world in my ability to sort of navigate both from one level to the next, but also from one space to the next. And so it's really easy to sort of make my way through this addition and to understand what you're up to. I think the 2-story space is one that I've not really seen or experienced. You can only imagine it. It gets more towards like some of Corbusier's work as far as how he kind of alternated between the 1-story and the 2-story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was going to say, Rebecca, one of the things looking at your drawings is, in addition to your analysis, which is really rigorous, is for you to look at the original perspectives and of the house and of the design. And it seems that in your design, the scale and spareness of the space, that you've captured a lot of that essence. So that when you're looking at your middle panel, where you show the model of your addition next to the perspectives in the plan, and then your axonometric, it really it starts to demonstrate in how you have depicted your design that you understand and you've embraced these characteristics. And I would say, Leon, I would second your axonometrics and your at the bottom where you go through and where you've actually, when you look at that bottom sequence in these drawings, they're really developed so that one gets a really clear sense of things. And I would commend you a lot for that, because I know what it takes to make those. And what I think is, having been able to develop that tool and being so fluid with things, then I would go back and be even more rigorous with yourself in terms of then looking at the scale of your addition against the scale of the Mies, and how do you push and pull so that you can refine what your concept is, and so that it falls even closer into your objectives.
I have one technical question about the project that I would have seen it in the notes if I'd have read them more clearly, completely. But are the additions all of an equal number of square feet, or was that a kind of, that was more or less up to the student to decide in terms of scale? Because they're definitely reading as either smaller or bigger at times.
That's it.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, please, Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, the program was very loose for the students. The use was defined, but yeah, it was entirely up to the student to interpret how large of the space, the square footage that they wanted to add to the project.
And
If
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like, part of the reason I ask is because I kind of want to make that maybe then part of the discussion, because I think sometimes, you know, like, I guess since like the students almost would have to justify the larger dimensions, the larger proportions versus the smaller ones, and I think it's important because I think sometimes the additional amount of, let's say, square footage or just volume is not necessarily in keeping with what was there to begin with, and then other times it's you know, it could be argued either way. I will say, I mean, one of the beauties of Mises' work is because of the use of glass, it lives much bigger than it actually measures, and I think that you know, that kind of combination. I mean, one of that, even the consistency of, like in my case, the 8-foot ceiling line. But the fact that it's kind of mirrored or played off against an 8-foot tall window, wall to wall, that becomes a game that he's just sort of brilliant at. And I think you know, and the students have picked up on quite a bit of that, and it really starts to reveal itself in the perspective drawing, where you start to see not only, let's say, the 8-foot tall glass wall, but in the case of especially Leon's, you've got the 16-foot, you know, wall-to-wall glass wall, which is just enormous.
Yes. Well, I think you're asking some great questions about it, because the whole idea that for a first-year architecture student is this idea of kind of introducing topics in a kind of clear, concise, teachable way, and the idea of not assigning specific square footages because we're working with 21 different residences. It became a really kind of important topic to discuss with the students. Like, what is that right balance of scale? When does the addition start to overtake, right, the house, right? And I think something like Leon, his solution, I feel it now takes over the horizontal strata of the courtyard house, right? I mean, and now the upper house, which is really a small bit of program, he's enlarged it so much that it now suggests it recontextualizes the courtyard house, right? And it doesn't read as an addition anymore. It reads as being a new residence, right? It almost treats the lower level as the base, right? The kind of plinth that the house sits upon. Which was kind of a bold move compared to the other. I would say, like, Rebecca takes the more modest approach, right? This idea that she doesn't want to overwhelm, and also she wants probably similar to what we had seen with the first example with the Stephen Hole pavilions, right? This idea of pavilionizing the object and allowing the object to survey the courtyard space, right? And not overwhelm, right? But instead it's, you know, I mean this in a positive way. It's a bit like it's like a drumstick or a popsicle, right? The way in which it sits as an object in relationship to the courtyard space. And this is something that I think has just been fascinating about running the studio problem is helping the students recognize the differences of scale, right? When you overscale, what does it mean? When you pavilionize and make something smaller, what does it mean, right? I know Darren's been going through this quite a bit with Annie, because he was actually originally proposing Paul to actually make it like a high rise in his first iterations.
Yeah. Well, you know, and honestly, I mean, I guess I've been lucky or unlucky enough to, as an architect, do additions that were quite a bit smaller than the original house, but then also additions that were quite a bit larger than the original house. And so even the term addition has this funny sort of name, because you assume it's in addition to, but sometimes it's in addition to overwhelm. And then, of course, you get into the question of to add on because the original doesn't have certain things you want, and then or to add on because you just want more.
Right.
And so those become part of the conversation for sure.
This particular prototype with Mises' very strong roof datum here, almost putting a ceiling on things. I also could argue for a pavilion that's only one story but sits in the courtyard. and respects that roof plane as well. So I think this is one of these ambiguous conditions about how you might think about, do you put an object in the garden or do you put an object on top of the house? Kind of way to look at this.
Right. And maybe we're going to wrap up, but maybe Rebecca, you looked at both options. What talked yourself out of making the addition of pavilion in the garden?
Yeah, so I wanted it to still be very connected to the house, but I didn't want it to, so I looked at options of putting the pavilion like in the middle of the garden or on the other corners of the garden, but I wanted it to be still connected to the house. But also I wanted the person to have to go outside in order to ascend up the tower. So I was just trying to work with that, trying to keep it in line with the house, but also include the courtyard as well.
Yeah, I wonder if because of you connecting it to the house, in some respects, it helped you understand how to kind of work with the principles of the house. I wonder if when you start to pull it out and put it on the edge of the garden, if you feel by its lack of immediate context, it didn't give you enough clues as to how to make the addition. But in fact, it could, right? I mean, you could easily be interpreting and making a synthesis of what you learned from the house and reinterpreting it as a pavilion in the garden.
It's also interesting that this is the only house of the three where Mies overhangs the roof into the other garden and actually provides a shelter, which is in the other property. And that may be a clue, Gerard, to how to think about that. So
absolutely right. So, well, some nice work, good conversations about it, and thanks everybody. Why don't we move along?
Hello, is this working?
Yep, we've got you.
Hello?
Go ahead, Joshua.
Oh, okay. So my house was the House of the Infinite by Campo de Baeza. So what I learned from this house was the idea of the central axis with the stairs going down to the second floor, and then kind of expanding around that centerpiece into two separate rooms. And what I wanted to explore was the idea of proportion. So this house was broken down. This floor was broken down into basically 6 units, and then each room was either one full unit or a half unit. And so when I extended the sequence from the initial gate that you enter from, I used this half unit idea, and I made the studio and the library each half a unit. And then furthermore, I extended the gate in a way that preserves the intended experience. So as you walk through the gate, you're opened up to this idea of an infinite landscape, which is the namesake of the building. And then furthermore, I reinterpreted the central axis to create a separate visual experience as you enter into this addition. So as you walk in, on each side, there's open windows and glass doors, so that no matter which way you look, there's this idea of an infinite horizon.
And let's see, Joshua, you may have to click on that plan. Sometimes it wasn't loading and being clear enough on the for the session. Let's see if
or you have to zoom in.
There we go. There it is.
So this would be the top floor, and then this would be the second floor. These are separate floors, and they're connected by the stair. And then for my perspectives, so as you enter the house, this original gate, I pulled it back towards the viewer. So when you are in front of that gate, you can see like a small frame into the original idea. And so you enter in. On both sides, there's this open window, allowing you to look at the landscape that the house sits in. And then there's the main entranceway into the building from the top. And then from here, the original sequence So as you pass through the gateway, you're opened up into a view of the beach and the Atlantic Ocean, as well as just the entire landscape. As this house it sits alone on a swath of land. So as you go down the stairs, there is this central hallway that opens up into many different rooms. But this central hallway is like the main public space that visitors will experience. And then you enter into the multiple rooms. And then as you looking from the beach at the entirety of the house.
All right. All right, thank you.
How do I do that? Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I also studied the House of Infinite by Alberto Campobeza. And the infinite in the House of Infinite refers to the infinite stretch of the sea and is communicated through the emphasis of the horizon line. The experience of the original building is very linear along the central axis. And you make through a way through compression of space and thresholds that compose your view of the infinite horizon line. So I started my process by investigating the critical composition of the voids on the facade on the roof or the horizontal plane. And I focused on the relationship between the mass and how they form an implicit symmetry. Then I bring this language and rule into a perpendicular plane formed by the tower, created by the gate. And when designing the program and also the addition, it was crucial to me to employ the compression of space and also include areas that combine and joins exterior and interior space. My tower provided an alternate experience to the original establishment by allowing the viewer to travel perpendicular. Instead of traveling toward the sea, the addition allows the viewer to travel along the sea. The gate remains a threshold during the entrance of the sequence, but it is expanded into the tower with providing more function and programs. The opening in the tower follows the critical composition as mentioned earlier, and similar to the design of the plane, the circular windows are included for functionality's sake and to complement the composition. In the sequence, you enter through a threshold where it stops your view and disrupts your view of the sea. Then you meet at a junction point where you can go through with the normal sequence, the original sequence, or explore the tower. From the ground floor and the first floor, you enter the library, and the library is a closed-off space where it prepares you for the opening on the second floor. Moving up the stair in between the first floor and the second floor, you're at a junction point where the exterior space and interior space joins up. And this allows you to extend your vision, moving out of the compression. And being on the top floor gives you a higher perspective of the sea and extending your view of the infinite ocean, complemented by the infinite sky. Thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You can.
Hi, this is Sophie, and I also studied the House of the Infinite by Alberto Campobeza. This house is located by the Atlantic Ocean in Spain. It has 2 stories and a roof plane. So the primary sequence includes entering the site through the standing wall on the terrain and into the actual house by going through the major stairway on the roof plane, and then it spreads out across the first floor which includes the master bedroom, living room, kitchen, and the dining room. So my addition to the project is a 2-story tower that's embedded in the landscape and connected by the existing hallway on the first floor. So I pushed back the side entrance to extend the rooftop deck so that it reinforces the idea of infinity and the connection between land and sea. So I used the concept of balance and symmetry from critical composition to determine the placement of the skylights, which is the major source of light for the tower. And I used the idea of proportion and alignment of windows and space to determine the dimensions of the additional floor plan and the placement of stairs. So my addition adds on to the existing sequence, but towards the opposite direction. So we would enter the house the same way we normally do, through the side entrance on the terrain and the major stairway on the roof plane. But then after we come off from the stairs, we would turn around and go through the hallway, which leads us to the tower, where we would first see the library on the top floor, and then the side stairs would lead us to the final destination on the ground floor, which is the studio. Thank you.
And Sophie, I have one question for you, and maybe you could explain that to us, probably in your plans, because I noticed that you've given us a few different plans, and I think I understand it. So if I look at your first floor plan, which is the one below the roof plan being, of course, ground level. So we come down the stair, and then we have to turn 90 and then 90 again, so 180 degrees to kind of then travel back underneath, right?
Yeah.
And okay, and then we discover in that square space that you're starting to define in that diagram a stair, and that stair is carving us down further. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. All right, so these are.
I was going to say, so Sophie, since we have you on and your board in front of us, I think it's really interesting architecturally to say that you're going to make something that doesn't have an outward appearance. So I commend you for that. And I think one of the questions, this project is so very much about the horizon, but also about your relationship to light and how it's framing things. So I wonder, you've made penetrations in the roof level where you come into the onto that plane. What you do not show, however, are the 2 flanking walls that that contain you when you come through this portal. And what I wonder if those 2 walls give you an opportunity to be able to take the light down to the lower levels in a different way, so that you can offer another experience that that complements the existing house.
I think for my addition, I decided to take out the 2 walls because it kind of distracts the symmetry on the roof plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, what I think is interesting about the scheme, if I go to your floor plans for a second, why don't we surrender your Miro board, and we'll start to kind of provide some comments here. And I'm looking at your multiple floor plans, which I appreciate. Just I want to talk about a technical thing before we get into it about line weight, right? So obviously these should be light line conditions, right? We're kind of buried in the ground, I believe, right? Ground level. As we're getting deeper, right? I would change these to kind of light lines, right? So that, because it's giving us a kind of an unfair representation of this, because I think what's particularly interesting for me is that, and I'm going to use your perspective to talk about this, that you're walking through, and because you're creating a sequence that you have to go down and you have to kind of double back, right? That's a very tough thing to do. But the thing that I buy into about your scheme is because these voids that you've composed as part of this occupiable roof, it allows you, it kind of forecasts, right? It introduces elements that you know exist, so that when you travel into the building, you're passing by, but then you have to kind of double back to kind of experience the volumes. So to me, that's a very kind of, I think that's a very kind of innovative way to figure out how not to overwhelm the architecture, right? Suppress it through subtraction, through carving, but at the same point, be able to create a sequence that doubles you back again, right, into the thing you originally passed along. So it's a kind of a new device that we haven't seen yet in the projects that we've reviewed over the last 2 days, right? This idea you can kind of observe, move by, return back to. Really nice series of diagrams too. I mean, I was really impressed with that. I'm not going to say much, but Dixon, I think Dixon's project's quite sophisticated as well, right? I think these diagrams are quite wonderful. I really love the way in which you've really interrogated that rooftop elevation, right? That fifth facade of this building, to start to really understand how it's operating, to let it start to inform and give you clues to your pylon, right? Your Egyptian pylon temple, right? That you're kind of passing through, right? And that you're really making the building as a kind of occupiable threshold.
I think I'll start with Dixon's as well. I think, well, first, I guess I have a general question. Did the students actually pick the houses, or did they have the houses picked for them? The reason I ask is because I think this one's really hard. Like to make an addition to. So the fact that you all took it on, whether by choice or maybe the choice was made for you, I commend you already. But what I liked about this one is this sort of reorienting of the direction. That. Because of the water element being so strong, the idea that in the original house, you're either walking towards the water or away from the water, that becomes the kind of binary way you move through the house. Laterally is sort of secondary. I think what's interesting about Dixon is he rotates, and now we've got a stair that's heading in the other two directions. And I think there's a certain, there's something sort of smart and interesting about that rather than trying to compete with the main house for the kind of the water feature, you kind of go off and look the other two ways. And I think the only thing I would say there is it doesn't appear that those views are given the same kind of priority or emphasis. We get, I think, 2 small openings on either end of the thinner structure. And I maybe would open it up more to those views to almost give emphasis to the other 2 directions that are probably equally interesting in the location here. I think with the other 2, Joshua and Sophie, I have roughly the same comment or observation. I think that well, I think in Joshua's, I think the opportunity to just putting it on one level doesn't sort of pick up on the sort of 2-level nature of the original. So I would probably encourage that one to, burrow into the ground one level, which is essentially what Sophie's done. But I guess I'd be interested in trying to either carve out a courtyard on either side of that new structure so that you could generate a 2-story naturally lit space. And theoretically, if you were to put a water feature on the far side, the opposite side of the water, you could even sort of generate a kind of an internal water feature that you could focus on from the addition versus the kind of natural water feature. But I think both, I don't know, I feel like to either bury the 2-story structure entirely or to only have the 1-story on the ground level doesn't pick up on the kind of 2-story nature and or even that ability to sort of pull light in on multiple levels simultaneously.
I was going to point out, and I think this is on Joshua on your diagrams, something you're not quite telling us. I appreciate you're taking this through some sense of critical composition and proportioning. I'm looking at the right-hand diagram, and one thing that's very important that I think I'd like you to spend some time considering is like, what's the proportion of this? What's the relevance of this space? And I think Paul's comments are kind of, I absolutely agree with. And I'm just wondering, first off, is like, what does that proportion have to do with the rest of this place, right? I mean, you obviously have interrogated this proportioning system quite heavily based on what you see as walls and other conditions on the house, but I'm not quite sure what this really means at this point. You know, and what helps to establish that as a proportion, and what helps to establish this as a space. And I like the simplicity of the project, that it's just saying like, okay, I'm going to do the most minimal thing possible. But if it's going to be the most minimal, it has to be, in fact, really the most elegant, right? It has to. If you're going to say I'm touching this building as little as possible, I'm adding the program in the most minimal way, then every space has to be spot on. The proportions have to be beautiful. The relationships of spaces, right? And opening has to be super, super carefully considered, right? That, you know, that if you're just saying, I'm adding 3 little rooms and I'm making a little walkthrough, then every piece of it has to be skillful, right? Right down to the last detail. And that's what the project, when I look at it in plan and in section, I'm not quite sure if it holds that kind of muster yet. And that's what I would ask. It's like, what is that about? What is this about? If you're adding, right? And I know, you know, there's some sense of this that Baeza has in his proposal, and he suggests, but I think now that you're taking these things on, you have to, you know, we have to see this thing in elevation, understand it in a proportional study. We need to see the spaces. We need to understand the kind of human scale to the length, the width of the room, et cetera, to really convince us that if you're doing something modest, it is maximum modest, right?
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, Dickinson, you know, I think the one thing I would say, coming back to this, which is, I think, a pretty bold move on this project, is when you redirect and it becomes, you know, it becomes a tower, but it's a stair building. So the next sort of step would be, how do you define a stair so that does it become more of an element, and does the stair become part of the spaces as you're moving through this? So it's not necessarily about the ground, first floor and second floor, but in some parts, does the stair take on the overall width of it, or does the stair become occupiable? And then, as Paul mentioned, if your views also follow that new linear and are being framed out the other ends, how does all of that then reinforce the diagrams and the design direction that you've set up, you know, if you're to push this even further?
Mm-hmm.
And I had first. Oh, sorry.
No, please.
First, addressing the stairs. In the second stair, going from the first floor to the second floor, that space is very opened up, and it's kind of a transformative space where you move out of the compression and moving into the sun terrace, the sunroof, and also the studio space. And I think I tried to like make sure the stair is not like a compressed space where the only function of that space is for you to walk up, but kind of connect all 3 floors by opening up. For example, the entrance from the ground floor, you can see that the first floor doesn't come in until a bit after. So that way, the higher ceiling and open space allows this space to be, the compression to be more connected. And it's more of a one sequence experience moving into the open space and exterior space. And regarding the composition with looking out of the top, I looked at it in a way like I'm playing with different planes and how the direction is being switched, because I think the original sequence and experience, you walk in through the front gate, you get a big view of the ocean, of the ocean, and also you see the pool and the entrance and the holes on the ground. that's the first thing you see about the building. And I think what I created this space for is so that you can look back and you can also have like another plane to look at and then being on top, you get also looking down, and like the perpendicular, the 90-degree angle creates two face that connects. I don't know if that makes sense, but I kind of try to create like a flow of a perpendicular experience.
I think, Dixon, the stair that Isaac created down to the bottom floor of the base house, he crammed that in so that the one that's the straight run out to the sea dominated the entire floor plan of the main house. And I just wonder if that might give a clue to how you might move vertically up in your tower. And the stair is not as important as the views that you've created both internally and externally.
Yeah, I think, well, let's, I was going to just propose this. I think I appreciate Paul's comment. I would like you to think about it is like, how can an addition provide view prospect opportunity that's different than the house, right? I mean, I think that was a really kind of keen insight to you to consider in the future, right? Is if the house is providing aspects to the landscape and the horizon in one way, right? What does it mean to kind of travel upward in section, and how do you start to utilize that, right? So the acknowledgement of the side conditions, which presently, you have one opening on the one side condition and nothing on the other. But what does it mean to occupy a sandwich, right? A kind of vertical sandwich, and what should that start to acknowledge that this house is already acknowledging quite beautifully, right? This idea of light from above, prospect out, dune condition, right? The kind of slope condition, and of course the prospect condition to the horizon line. Your scheme in many respects is just building off of those principles. Nothing wrong with that. That's kind of one way to do it, right? The other way to do it is to say, what does it mean to go vertical that can acknowledge other, right? The other condition. You could still be as skillful. Like there are some architects that I admire. Someone like, let's say, Todd Williams, Billy Sen, Giuseppe Turani, other architects that will look at the kind of proportional rationale like you're doing in your diagrams of, let's say, the roof plan of this house, and then would start to suggest joints, because soon you'll realize that buildings actually are made out of small things to make big things, right? That in fact you can. Are we okay? I'm getting some echo all of a sudden here. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I think you got cut off after in fact.
I can never. So this idea of the joint patterns can imply, right? Can imply the kind of proportional systems without having to be a window all the time. Is the point that I'd like, right? That these things could just be simple joints and articulation, right? Because like I said, houses are made out of, and buildings are made out of bits. They're not made out of mass typically, right? Very hard to make things out of mass unless you're carving something truly out of stone. I made a couple of corrections on your section that you have to kind of look at, and I wanted to make some last comments to Sophie's drawing as well. Just so I would just ask Dixon that you pick up those sectional problems, because the drawings are, I'll make that drawing much improved. And then if we go down to, sorry, I gotta delete stuff here. I was looking that you let's see here. So Sophie, you have the same problem in your sections that you have in your plan. So I'm once again, it's like don't make your section like a model, right? Right now, and I would eliminate that line, right? I would eliminate that line so that we understand really this thing is about that. And I think there might be a problem here at line weight and problems here, but this is the drawing I really want to talk about, which is this gives the wrong impression of your project. Your project is really about the ground line. This stuff has to all go away, because you really want this thing to help us understand this kind of wonderful section you've made, right? So fix that up, right? It's giving the wrong impression of the project, because you're making it literally like it's cardboard tray, but really your project's all about in some respects, subtraction of the ground plane, right? So get the representation to live up to the strategy, right? The spatial strategy. Should we move along?
We should probably move along.
I have one final comment, and it has to do with Dixon's drawing. I had to go back and look at some of the other drawings to see if anyone else had done it, but the two images that Dixon included there, I think there's something pretty smart going on here. Like there are different techniques for describing the addition versus the existing, and we've seen like the black and white, and we've seen color versions where the existing's color and the new is kind of either white or kind of neutral. This one's interesting because I think it does two things. One, by way of just kind of neutralize, like by drawing the existing and the new as the same, you automatically like convince us, or you convinced me anyway, that they're a natural pair. Like they just look like they work really well together. But I think it also can be a tool for really exploring whether the two actually do belong together. You know, like by putting them, rather than sort of highlighting perhaps their differences, you basically put them in a format that allows you to just look at them as equals, and really then begin to explore elements that you might not think are all that great, you know, or are not, you know, or too contrasted, not enough in keeping with each other. So
nice.
Thank you.
All right, great points, everybody. So, all right. Now moving to the adjacent country, now moving to Portugal, right? So Paul, yes, we assigned the buildings to the students. So choice wasn't their option. It was our little experiment. And please hide all those changes. Yeah, or eliminate the pink for us.
Can I start?
You can, but I'd like you to hide the pink elements, right? So update the Moreau image, right? Bottom center.
No, at the bottom, the gray bar.
No, at the center bottom of your screen. There you go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hi, I'm Isabel. The residence that I study is the Villa Allen designed by Valerio Oggiati. It is a concrete architecture located in rural area of Portugal. The sequence starts from the guests approaching the architecture from the east side opening. For the critical geometry and proportion of the building, this critical axis generates the openings of the courtyard wall and also defines the composition of the pool and the living room space. I also find out the rules of third that gives a building a sense of hierarchy. For the additional invention, I add the tower as the last steps of the sequence. The distance of the invention to the garden is a continuation of rule of third, and the main geometry is also preserve the proportional quality of the existing building. The hand-drawn sketch reflects the spatial sequence in this building, and the entrance is formed by the two vertical walls that continues the height of the courtyard wall, forming a compact space. The stairs continue the path and leading the guests to the lower level, where is the library space. I also make a critical openings at the back, which work as a visual direction that guide the guest to follow this path and have a glimpse to the outside landscape. The second level is the studio space, and it falls on alignment to the height of the courtyard wall. I set a low balcony railing out here, so the guest can stand out here and look back down to the library space. It creates a vertical space between the library space and the space above it. So the sketch out here shows this experience in perspective view, and you can see the openings at the lower level and the two windows at the side create this visual rhythm. The next sequence will be the stairs that lead to the rooftop deck that allows the guests to have the views that looks to the garden. For my axon, it mainly highlights the entrance and the path that leading into the tower house. For the perspective drawing, it is a collage of different view of exterior, entrance, lower level, and upper levels. It emphasized the balance of enclosure and openings that I use in this building that impart visual guidance and potential movements. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Isabel. All right.
Hear me?
Yes.
You can.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is May, and this is the Villa LM, which is a residential house for the architect and his wife. The idea of this building is a secluded garden, which is very private. It's surrounded by 4 concrete walls, as well as a courtyard, a swimming pool, and the interior here. The original sequence starts from the east side entrance, going around the courtyard into the main living room. And the sequence is completed by looking back out into the courtyard, which is framed by the opening and the swimming pool. For my addition, I recognize the For my addition, I recognize the importance of the central axis of symmetry here, as well as the placement of the living room, which I decided to build the addition on top of that. I also analyzed the path of movement in the original building, which is these 2 narrow pathways. And I also looked at the proportional systems, which is used to divide up the space in the original building, and translated each of these modules into the composition of the new addition. So as you can see here, these are the 2, I opened up the ceiling of the main living room into the second floor. And here are 2 private studio spaces used by the architect and his wife, and an elevated library space. As you can see here, my addition continues the main sequence following the central axis up to the 2nd floor into a narrow path where you can turn to either side for the studio or go up to an elevated shared library space. And as you're in the library space, you turn around and the 2nd set of stairs, as well as the window here, leads you up to the rooftop deck, which gives the view back into the courtyard and completing the sequence. Thank you.
Nice. Well, I appreciate both of you and your process boards. So I mean, so far today, I think there's been some real excellent process. The role of diagramming and the seriousness of that, as well as as well as the kind of your drawings, your freehand drawings, and the way in which you're starting to really explore the projects. I want to commend both of you for that. And I think they're quite nice. They really, and I think this once again is for everyone viewing this and for students. The students know this for sure. Is like a big aspect of this semester has been to understand really how to really look at something and keep looking at it to start to find the kind of to understand that nothing is really taken by chance with an architect. An architect really studies and really works a problem, really works the project. And I really appreciate these students, kind of all of them in general, kind of looking at this way. And I think May, your diagrams is a great summation of the semester, really digging into the idea of really looking at this and really drawing through everything that you can kind of find about this project in the way of its kind of proportioning systems to help lead to the outcome of your project, right? To understand that your project has to kind of, like I was talking about, I believe with Joshua, is like to really say that everything that I'm going to contribute to this project has to live up to the things I've learned about the project, right?
So I can jump in. I think that this is another interesting house in that to me it has like these sort of dominant or a dominant feature, which is the sort of clean rectangle 1-story height, and then it has these sort of quirky elements, like the one portion of the house with the curved space and these very unusual angled roof-like elements. And I think to me, like as soon as you go into the idea of having to add additional space, those things jump out to me almost immediately. Like you have the notion of, okay, I'm going to add an additional amount of rectangular space, but then what do I do with these quirky elements? Do I sort of attempt to work them back in as well? Or do I sort of not address them at all? And I think, and I bring that up mainly because, I think in both of these, the quirky roof angled members and even the curved wall type element aren't sort of brought back into the new work. They're kind of left behind. And I'm wondering if maybe they wanted to be dealt with in some way, or at least maybe to pick your brains as to why you decided not to work with them. And I guess that could be addressed to either Isabel or May.
I can address that. So I think that because the residential house is very private, the main sequence is really going into the living room and then looking back out, and the rest of the sequence is followed by a very narrow path into almost these like totally secluded rooms, which I think is minor compared to the central living room, which is why I focused on that space.
Because I guess one of the questions, May, would be, is there a way to use that very quirky, very skinny corridor, and does that become the element that that you use to introduce your stair to the second floor? So is there a way to retain the nature of the public living space, and that your second floor becomes even more private as a space in the residence?
I'm not sure if we're getting a response back or not, but I'm drawing through it, and I think one thing that might help, or something that students might consider, is if you're thinking about the folds, right? These kind of cardboard box like folds. What are they doing architecturally? What are they? So one of the questions you might ask the student is like, see how much you've kind of interrogated the projects in through the diagram of the plan condition. Some interrogation of the sectional condition probably might have lended to new observations, right? It might have led to the form finding of the additions that you start to propose. Because I'm just looking briefly and like thinking like this type of shape starts to talk about kind of centrality, a kind of figure of the room. This is, of course, starting to talk about an acknowledgement to the interior space, or the idea of kind of being able to view out to see that really special tree that sits here. This might be about some sort of relationship to that condition, that platform, right? So this is a kind of good critique, I think, to suggest that yes, but then what, right? What else can you do with the addition to start to once again integrate it, right? There's a question about how much the addition integrates itself within the language of the architecture, right? And right now, both of your solutions allow the kind of more figurative aspects of the project to remain intact, and you don't mess with them, which is obviously one way to go, right? You're kind of, but the other way to go is like if you had to introduce, right? In this particular case, I would see maybe the idea of maybe a bent surface, a concrete surface, and utilizing a kind of sectional analysis. Where would you start to contribute that, right? I think that's a really fair question. I was going to also mention briefly in my comment about Isabel with your section, and when I look at your project, I wonder about the scale of your project, and I wonder if it would we lose anything with your project if it was 20% smaller, right? Because if I look at the sectional properties, I'm going to do this without messing up here. If I look at the section of the house and I look at the section of your project, right? The section of your project it feels overscaled compared to the scale of the house, and especially if we look at May's section, we go back and forth and we start to look at this section cut in another place, another direction. We start to understand there's more of a kind of intimacy. I feel like your project probably could just be a little bit tighter to get the proportions a little bit smaller, so it doesn't, because right now your addition, it tends to look like it's maybe dominating the composition, right? And maybe that's your intention, but at this point, I think that the moment to me is like when you test it in the model, right? That perspective view next to it, right? We look at it here, we wonder if it's the kind of right visual scale in relationship to the kind of low building to the high building, compared to, once again, if it's just a little smaller, right?
Right, or even if you push it, your pavilion's engaged in part of the landscape, but hovers above. So I guess another way to look at it is, what if you even push it further down into the landscape, so that even though it has a much lower scale, its presence on the existing building is not as dominating.
Yeah, I think another read on it too is, I think, the main portion of the current existing living space is both a wall of the courtyard and a three-dimensional attachment to that courtyard. And I think yours is, I think by having that little bit of corridor, it sort of separates itself from the sort of the wall or the courtyard. And so if it lost that little corridor, or if it even rotated itself, I think it should read initially as kind of part of the wall that you then pass through into the sort of three-dimensional space. And I guess given the one-story nature of what's there already, it's a pretty bold move to go 2 stories. So one other possibility would be to have that, if you were going to have that corridor, it would act more like a ramp down, so that you could have a 2-dimensional space, but it would appear as a kind of, a two-story space, but it would appear as a one-story space from the exterior.
If there are no other comments, we probably should move along to the next group.
Okay. Good stuff. Appreciate it.
All right, can you guys see my screen?
We can.
All right, my name is Jingjing, and I studied La Petite Maison by Le Corbusier. So the sequence of the house begins off of the roadside. There is a gateway entrance, and in this house there is a main interior and exterior sequence, and there is a third sequence that also connects these two, and I think I'll be focusing a little bit more on the third part of the sequence for my addition. So once you walk in, there is another door that is visible from this area, and that takes you directly outside following the path, and there is a window that frames the lake view. And from the interior sequence, there's also a long window that frames out the lake view as well. And following the path along, there is already a set of stairs that takes us to the balcony or roof terrace, takes us to the roof terrace. And from my addition, there are two ways that you can go about this. You can either continue through this compressed space out onto the open roof terrace, or you can make a little turn into a smaller and more compact studio space with a little elevation change up in this area. And there is a balcony attached here that connects directly out to the lake view. And the sequence of entrances, this is more compressed. This entrance out to the balcony is a little wider, and over here, it's the widest because it opens up to the lake view. And from my series of perspectives, from this side, it introduces a little bit more of the interior sequence and the wide window. But over here, takes us directly outside. Here's my little addition. Takes a little peek out at where the stairs are located. And here's the compressed space that you could walk through to continue out to the balcony, or you could go out and enjoy the lake view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, is everyone able to see and hear okay?
Yes.
Yes, cool. Okay. Hi, my name is Mira, and like Jingjing, I studied Le Corbusier's Villa Leilac, which is located in Switzerland by Lake Geneva. Like she mentioned, the original sequence of the building follows it follows a circulatory pattern in which the viewer is guided through the house and out to the lake through a series of compressed and expanding spaces. And my tower edition essentially adds onto this by utilizing the final stage of the sequence and utilizing the path that the viewer follows in order to reach the guest house.
And could you show us how that's operating in some of your diagrams or something that just to help complement your verbal description?
Yeah, so this is the path. There's a gravel path behind the house that leads the viewer out to the guest house, and I'm essentially adding on to the tail end of that. And so the viewer is guided towards the entrance of the gravel, guided towards the entrance by the gravel path and the long horizontal windows on the existing house. And upon entering the first floor here, which is the studio, that same effect is mirrored inside the tower with where this window leads the viewer forward and wraps around the corner to lead the viewer to look out at the lake. And from there, the viewer follows a circulatory pattern that leads them up to the library and onto the rooftop deck, where they're once again guided to look out at the lake that's over the water right here. And overall, the geometry of the addition. Okay, the geometry of the addition comes from proportions in the original house, with the footprint being a golden rectangle that is reminiscent of existing rooms within the house. And the proportions of the windows. The proportions of these windows comes from the two main openings in the house, as Jingjing mentioned. So this opening in the exterior wall and this long horizontal one in the house itself. And within the tower, they help to emphasize the verticality of the addition and reflect the interior spaces of the addition. And in section, the tower utilizes a series of spatial compressions and expansions that is similar to those seen in the existing house in order to guide the viewer and create a hierarchy of spaces that center the focus out onto the water. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, my name is Anishwar, and in addition to Mira and Jingjing, I also studied Le Corbusier's Below the Lock. And something that really fascinated me with the house was Le Corbusier's emphasis on exteriority. The house, as a courtyard house, is a house within a courtyard rather than a courtyard within a house. And there's this large emphasis within the sequence on ending up on this back wall and looking out to the lake. So to extend the sequence for my addition, I decided to have you actually walk out onto the lake, which seemed to be the conceptual sort of extension to the sequence that Le Corbusier was envisioning with this back wall overlooking to the lake. So to enter the addition, one walks along the back wall to the already existing staircase that Jingjing and Mira both mentioned in their presentations that leads you onto the roof. From there, there's a bridge that spans the length of the courtyard. And the reason for this is to emphasize the separation of the addition on the water from the main house, because I didn't want the addition to interfere spatially with the existing sequence. And I also wanted it to act as sort of a distinct object on the landscape. From there, one spans the bridge into the addition, into the library space, from which they can overlook into the vertical shared space created by the studio. From there, they can choose to proceed upwards to the roof top garden, where they can look out onto the lake and experience all its glory in the open air, or they can proceed downwards into the lower level of the studio space, in which they can go to a front window here and experience a similar view from the interior. Thank you very much.
Not so fast. Let's look at these perspectives.
All right. So for the purposes of this presentation, I decided to split the sequence amongst the left and the right and focus on the new addition sequence on the transition from the courtyard space into the addition. So once in the main room, they enter the lobby / bedroom space, which they use to proceed into the back courtyard via the porch. From there, they make a stop at the picture window that Le Corbusier has in the back wall, which guides them into the narrower space along the front of the facade facing the lake. From there, they will proceed up to the roof, onto the bridge, where they will be presented with this view that presents both potential sequences to them via the stairs. And this sort of frames a moment in which it's almost like a choose your own adventure sort of moment, where am I going to go down into the studio space? Am I going to stay in the library, or I'm going to go up onto the roof garden? and I stacked these views, which both lead to the same presentation of the lake, but at different altitudes. And I stacked them on top of each other to emphasize the different altitudes, but also the similarities and their sort of goal of reaching the lake.
Mm-hmm. So that last view is looking over at the lake and the kind of mountains. Is that true? Or is that looking back over? No, this would have to look at your stair, how it's oriented, but I believe that's right. Right. So I'm just going to draw here for a second. So the water line is here, and the landscape is there, right? The mountain range is right there.
Yeah.
Might be a good thing to add in that drawing, by the way, right? And likewise here, right, to help us understand that condition. Because that to you is very important, obviously. That's what you're trying to set up those types of views as part of your experience.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Why don't we just switch back the screens? And
thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Of course. How's everyone's? Go.
I was going to say one of the things it's interesting because typically when you go into a crit, you don't get to see the work until you're in front of it. In this scenario, all of us had the benefit of being able to take a look at your boards as you were posting them. And Anishwar, one of the things that I thought was really beautiful is there's like a collage sort of right there. Yeah, when you zoom into this, what's interesting is, the house was placed in a courtyard so that then it had unobstructed views onto the lake. And looking at this collage, one of the questions was, as you went out onto the lake, where you have these very slight columns, is it open underneath so that you could utilize it at the water level? And then is the first level that's aligned with the plane of the landscape in the courtyard, is that actually enclosed or is that actually open to the sky? And I read it based on this diagram that it was an open air space that then became enclosed and then went up to the roof. Which I think, it's always interesting how people, what people's perception of how people read different drawings and different tools.
So to answer the question about the open sky, yes, it is open to the sky. There is a door that mitigates it. I was working with Professor Quick, and in our discussion of how this staircase would approach sort of entering the roof, I originally put this exaggerated skylight. And we both felt that was very awkward, and we were looking at the House of the Infinite, which actually has a very similar sort of way it enters the roof and uses sort of a door as a mitigation factor. And I was inspired by that in addition to Le Corbusier's house as a way of creating a solution to that problem. To the question of the use of the underside of the building and its access to the water, it is enclosed and is not accessible from the ground level because I wanted to emphasize sort of that continuation of the sequence from entering at the top and sort of that split sequence of arriving at like mid-level where you can go higher and lower in my design.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll give a couple brief comments as everyone's settling into this review. I'll start, Jinjin, with yours here. I'm looking at your perspective views. I want to give you a little bit of advice about the sequence. I think you're missing something. I think you're missing a view. Like I understand that view. I understand this view. But then all of a sudden, I'm up on the roof, and now I'm being asked to kind of turn, and I understand where the rooftop is in relationship to that slot. I think that's very nice, and I understand the room. You probably also want to do the final room with the lake and the mountains here, which is the outdoor space. but I think there's something missing between here and here, right? And of course, that's the slot with the existing stair and how that thing starts to bring you up. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that image here, because so we could really understand the continuation of the sequence. Simple add, but it would really be helpful. And then I think it's Mira's next. I want to look at her perspectives and point out something as well that I think is tricky. And it's a little confusing when thinking about the perspective sequence. And it happens to me, I'm inside, but notice how now we're looking back. So if you're interested in being outside in that kind of covered porch, and then how there's the outdoor table, things like that, that there's something missing between here and here. And then I wouldn't be looking back, but I would be looking ahead. I would not be going this way, but I would be wanting to understand the big ribbon window to the view of the lake. And I'd want to be able to see that kind of path, and then start to be able to understand your object, your building here. Sorry, I'm doing a bad job. Right. To help us understand this point, right? And then from this point, I need to understand, how do I get from here to here as part of the sequence as well? I just feel like there's some missing gaps in that sequence that would be very beneficial for helping to tell the experiential story. The last point I was going to make briefly is, like, play back the recording, and I think this is true for Jinjin and also for Mira, is you're interested in proportions, and think about everything. Think about your presentations of the project. So in this particular case, you talked about proportional principles of this, and how they influence that. You need diagrams to explain that. Don't just rely upon the kind of verbal, because the role of the diagramming, once again, is both plan and an elevational diagramming, would really help make the connections to your case about how this thing is taking on the synthesis of these ideas, right, and leading to the elevational principles that have led to your project. We saw that very nicely on Wednesday, where students were kind of analyzing elevational principles, and then even showing even their own elevation and looking at it analytically to help you understand the connection between the analysis of the elevational principles of the existing house and the elevational principles that are being proposed in the addition.
I can jump in. I'll first talk about Jinjin's, because I think there's something unique in this one, and the other two I can almost talk about them in a similar way. But I think what's interesting here is this notion of, like, going up to the second level, or creating the second level that you can then go up to. And if I'm understanding the drawings correctly, it's a relatively small collection of spaces. But the one thing that took me a while to kind of figure out was, what's that long piece that's attached to it, and I realized, oh wait, that's the roof from the existing house. And I thought, well, why not then start to think about that as part of your addition as well, so that you could essentially, with very little effort, you earn an entire courtyard just by being up there at the sort of roof level. And there's a certain amount of, I don't know, I assume you also studied some of Le Corbusier's work outside of this project, but some of his other things. So he had a real interest in this notion of sort of gardens in the sky, or at least replacing the ground that you take up with ground above. So I think that would be, because I think the idea of this small, intimate space on the second level is a good one, but then I think it's almost too small, but it has the right there. I think the other two are just bold in the sense that we know that the water is so important to the overall siting of the project to begin with, that to put the structures out either in the water or out over the water puts you sort of, in territory that's pretty already, I think, controversial. And so when you add things like, 2 stories versus 1, because I think the original structure is a sort of 1-story, somewhat modest house, you're also then courting controversy. I want to pull the thing back in, and at best or worst, have it cantilever out over that garden wall, and or have it be more of the garden wall. I think I'm somewhat biased on this project because I only know this project from a Herman Hertzberger book where he has a drawing of that wall with the opening in it, looking out over the water with the little table, and he goes on and on and on about it. In this sort of, so like to me, the house was almost irrelevant in Herman Hertzberger's book, and it was really the wall and that table that were of ultimate importance. So I guess they're more like observations about like when you make that sort of bold move, how many bold moves after it can you afford versus, do you then just sort of say, okay, what if I stick with the 1-story structure and see how far can I push this thing out over the wall before I'm too far out into either the view of the water or the water itself.
I think it's also a question of, when you look at these different projects, the Stephen Hall project, I think, is roughly a 10,000 square foot building. This is a house, is 650 square feet. It's designed as a really, really modest, very humble space. And the entire project was based on this view that could never be taken away. So I think Paul's comments of how do you approach that, in terms of scale, Jing, your scale seems on the scale of the original house, where everything in this is really, really petite. And it's all like it's constructed incredibly economically and out of just commercially available, pretty inexpensive materials. So, my question to you, Jing, is when you have such a small little jewel box that you've put on it, and I like that it overhangs the building slightly. In doing such a small move, then I think it asks even more of you in terms of then you have to take your effort and look at what kind of material is this made of, and how does it speak to the rest of the house, so that your gesture isn't viewed as something that's small or timid, but something that it's small because you've taken all these different things into account. And I think for the other two, then the question is, in placing it on the water, how does it then, what is the relationship to the view, and how do you maintain that? And I think that's what I was trying to get at, Anishwar, where I said, is it actually something where you look through it? So, in that Photoshop, in looking at that one image, my initial thought was, oh, there's only an enclosed space that's above the house, and the other two allow you to look through it, which could be an interesting, is an open, I look at that, I'm like, oh, it starts to feel like Venice, and the first floor should be something that you actually experience, but it's part of the open field. So could you make it so it's unobstructed to that view?
Yeah, I think that's interesting, and yeah, that's something I was trying to go for, but I was using more glass rather than open. I decided to model it without including glass planes to kind of emphasize the idea, but I think that's an interesting sort of idea about how I can use the building to kind of like prevent an obstruction of the lake in a way.
Yeah, I mean, one observation I would make right now with the project is, and this is a small point, but it might help, and it's a simple fix, and you might like the results of it, because I originally you wanted to make this thing all glass, and I appreciate that you kind of start to make it more surface-like. But I'm looking at the way in which this all starts to create a series of kind of frames, and the way in which you're framing, and the way in which you're framing. I wonder if that effect, right? The stair could still stay, obviously, but if we should still, I'm not sure what that's to, but if we're able to see blue sky through this, so that all of a sudden this thing reads more frame-like, right? That there's a kind of theme of the frame that we're starting to see through the transparency. I don't mind the surface because I really appreciate, I know you kind of rigorously proportion this thing based on things you learned about with the house, and I really admire that. But I think having more transparency here would also help dematerialize the mass a bit, which might be helpful. And actually, I wouldn't even see a problem with that kind of stuff starting to happen, right? Where we really understand this thing as still being kind of a frame to which one is now framing, yet again, the landscape views that are now the coastline condition, right? When you're in this thing, all of a sudden it's about the edge condition, right? And then you have that full transparency to obviously the Alps condition, right? So,
yeah.
So are we? I think we're sure. Nice work.
Yeah.
I think we're good here, right? Anything else? If not, well, let's move to the Bordeaux region, right? And Betty, you have to kind of share your knowledge about this architect with us a little bit.
I will. I was going to say, so for the students, before you do this, one of the projects that I did here in New York was the Second Stage Theater, which based on all the gallery work I did was sort of an extension of that. But that was a collaboration that we did as an office with Rem Koolhaas while I was teaching at Harvard. And so this project is, it's interesting to see how all of you are approaching this. And I think as everybody diagrams this, his work, it's very clear in its elements and how it reveals itself on a conceptual level, both in terms of materials and the structure and the brutality, but also the temporal natures, and particularly, the curtains that are part of Petra's influence. So it's interesting to see what you have going on here.
Wow. Okay. There's an extra pressure to it. Hi, I'm August, and this is the house in Bordeaux by Ome. This residence is intentionally very complex, and this can be traced back to the wishes of the client. A French journalist, having recently been paralyzed waist down, described to OMA how he wanted a space that was spatially and mechanically complex, because that space would really be his entire world. The result, I feel, is a unique case of accessible, client-oriented design, and my addition sought to continue the original design sense while adding to the desired complexity. So, an analysis of the building revealed a few concepts and lessons that went into the original building. For one, taking a single dynamic space, such as the elevator platform, and using it to define the rest of the spaces around it, or using transparency to visually give upper floors more mass, and using overhead space and patios to blur the line between interior and exterior space. In applying these lessons, I modified the sequence to include a new set of vertical spaces enabled by the original elevator and its new sister elevator. One would proceed into the studio space, work at the desk, use the new sister elevator, proceed up into the library, which relies mostly on an extension of the existing beam that stopped right about there, but now comes all the way across and supports the new bookshelves. Spatially thinking about this, I decided to go with a split level design, where one would come in through here, and from this view, working at this desk, because of how this space is now lower than the original third floor, it creates a bit of a letterboxed view out into the courtyard that can only really be seen from wheelchair height. If you're up in the library, you can look over and see down into the studio or up into the space. And also in using glass and opaque materials, I try to keep with the original theme of keeping the upper third floor opaque and private for the bedrooms, and keeping this middle floor very glass and very open to activities. Think about it compositionally. To interrupt both the desk and the bookshelves, I aligned with the window in the courtyard and also the door on this edge. So having a strong axis that also goes through the driveway. Then also making sure that the original elevator and the elevator I'm adding have a strong axis as well, making sure that just it makes sense how they line up. As I said, the library, studio, and the rooftop deck that's created by this cantilevering ceiling. And so the result of the sequence, approaching from the distance, if you look left, you actually see Bordeaux. Moving closer, moving up to the wall, and getting ready to pass under, and getting a glimpse of what's inside through the window in the wall. Proceeding up the driveway, seeing the structure in all its pride, seeing the extended beam, the, I guess, opposite of clerestory windows on the floor instead of the ceiling. Proceeding, getting closer to the entrance, the portal into the building, the elevator. Taking the elevator up the shaft, seeing the extended bookcase. Bookcase is accessed really just by going up. Getting off and heading into the studio space, getting ready to go along the desk. And reaching the end of the studio space, onto the elevator to go up into this split level library. Up in the library, seeing the bookcases extended from where they originally stood. And then using the original elevator to go back up into the original part of the building with the bedrooms. From there, down the spiral staircase and out onto the patio. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Howie, and I also worked on the house in Bordeaux, France by Omé, Roman Koolhaas. August pretty much covered all, I think, of the important like pre-existing conditions inside the house. I think the most important thing I wanted to tackle for my addition to the house was the actual location of the tower, and I really wanted to find a way to contain the tower within the courtyard space of the building without intruding on the pre-existing sequence or flow of the building geometry. So for my tower, I really focused on locating it in alignment with the primary sequence of the house, which is, of course, the lift system and the main staircase. And so the space I located my tower is the circular space cut out by the driveway. In analyzing some of the spatial divisions within the main masses of the building, there's this kind of dichotomy between that the tower is able to generate inside the house. So the courtyard kind of serves as a negative space between the two masses, and it's surrounded by these two houses, which is enclosed by the courtyard, and each of these two houses also includes a voidal space inside of them. So in addition, the addition of the tower in the large void of the courtyard in a way is kind of like generating the inverse of these two houses. And I think Professor Moss kind of described it as like this yin and yang effect. So there are many important spatial divisions within the building, which helped me decide the organization of my tower. I think most importantly was the need to keep the openness of the second floor in the original building, which allows for the third floor, which is the bedrooms, to act like a separate building floating above the ground condition, which is something I thought I need to respect in my own design. So that resulted again in this kind of mass void and then mass organization, which shows up now in both the plan and the section. The alignment of the main lift and stair sequence of the building has also allowed me to add this bridge between the top floor and the tower in the existing building. So this unifies the top floors of both buildings and keeps them as this kind of single floating mass above the elevation of the courtyard. And in designing this bridge, I used pre-existing golden sections within the building and further divided up the space with inspiration from an existing bridge on the third floor space here, which has a open glass face, which allows you to look down to the second floor. So I decided to do something similar and divided the tower bridge using this existing geometry to create a limited view of the courtyard as you walk across. And then this bridge opens up to the third floor. And then that opens downwards into the second floor studio space. And I also used the bookshelves and stairs to define the boundaries of the tower, kind of similar to how they're used in the main building here to divide each of these floors. And I've proportioned this division of the towers in the same proportion which divides the second and the third floor in the existing house. I've highlighted that in blue here. For the lower floor, I was able to open the walls of the tower using more spatial elements in the courtyard, mainly being the voidal condition that August touched on already, which is the line between the openings of the walls. And I also located a bottom floor entrance to the original house, closest to the lift here. And because these spaces are open and kind of integrated into the bottom floor, as you can kind of see in this render, it also has this kind of contrasting open and closed space. So to accompany this, I created another division in elevation by lowering the floor level of the so-called open portion, which creates a kind of compression and release similar to the sequence of the third floor and how it opens to the interconnected space of the third floor and the studio. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to see the perspective views, though. You've done a good job explaining the sequence, but now let's just show us kind of the proof of concept, right? There we go.
So this is kind of, I wanted to keep the same kind of sequence in these views as the first one because I thought it was really important to highlight how the ground condition connects with the middle floor of the building. So I started here on the outside where you can, again, peer through this window and see all the way through the courtyard and the tower onto the other door side. And then as you come up, you can enter the house, of course, through the outside and also the driveway. And then you've entered here into the middle floor space. And I wanted to show how that was open again. And then as you proceed up the lift, you can go to the third floor, which is kind of enclosed. And then that again will open up down to the tower. And then I have at the bottom of the tower some more views of the sequence inside the courtyard and then onto the back side. So back to the ground condition again.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello. So my building is also Maison Bordeaux by OMA. So from analyzing the original building, I kind of find a couple important elements, which are the two trusses, and also like the three floor organization of the building. So basically, first floor is kitchen and dining, so it's more of a utility use, and the second floor is living space, and then the third floor is more private area. So for my addition, I added a second floor to the building, and I kind of preserved the second floor relationship, which is all glass. So when you enter the courtyard, you can see I kind of preserve the all glass second floor, so you can kind of still look down to the courtyard. And also, since library and studio are living, so I put it in the living space, so it's kind of like have the same kind of organization of the overall building. So the trust is extended across the courtyard as the support of my bridge, which is used to connect these two structures. It works as a kind of visual connection between two structures and also a support element. So yeah, so to kind of acknowledge the lift, which is an important elevator, like a lift. It works as a lift and also like a movable working space for the owner. So I kind of draw this. I kind of draw on this and kind of like have my library space has kind of enclosure area where like this is a reading space and there's like bookshelves, and it's also divided by this truss. So like just as like in the original building, it kind of divides the stairs and the living space. Like in the library, it kind of divides like bookshelves and creates like a enclosure within the library. For the bridge, I kind of constructed in a way that it's all glass. You can see from this render. The reason that I designed it this way is so that like one can be aware of the architecture. So like by walking on it, you can really feel like you're dependent on this truss. Yeah, and for my sequence, in the original building, you kind of goes into this opening, and then you can come up the stairs, and you can either go straight or you can turn left, continue with the stairs and access the bedrooms. And with my addition, you kind of have one more option to turn right and use the bridge to access the library here, and then you can go across to the studio space. And I also have an additional staircase here. It works kind of as like something you can, like I can reverse the sequence. So instead of like going the same routine every time, you can go up the ramp and use the stairs and access the studio first and kind of reverse the sequence and going back to the living space. So for that reason, I kind of lay out my perspective drawing in a way you can kind of loop around the building. So you can either use the stairs to access the studio, or you can use the stairs here to access the living space, and then use the bridge to come to the library and studio. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, if I can just encourage all the students to try to be a little bit more or much more brief in your presentation. All three of you pretty much have used most of your allotted time in explaining the project. So please take 2 minutes or so and walk through your project.
Yeah, just to be precise about that, we have 3 minutes out of the 20 minutes left to talk. So if you know, we've got these two great critics who are here to talk about your work, and you want to make sure that you get as much feedback as you can from them. and also be respectful to your other your cohort members who are presenting the same thing. Don't overpower their presentation time either.
These are three very complex projects. I suspect part of the verbal presentations is an issue about trying to set up the presentation in a way that you can explain the project. And I think I'm going to leave my comments super brief, but I think they're three very successful projects in the way in which they're dealing with this idea of the role of addition, the way in which they're reading the existing condition of the composition of the building, and finding three very successful ways to intervene in a way that deals with the kind of complexity and, surprisingly, the contradictions that this house has. So I really, although we've lost time, I really enjoyed understanding how much they understand about these projects. So my commend to all three of you.
Yeah, I think that there's something about the length of the presentations that parallels with the scale and ambition of the additions that are being proposed here, to the degree that they almost become, this is a big house to begin with. I can't remember the square footage, but I remember it being really big. And I think I guess what went on here is you all just got so excited about all of the things that you could sort of take the time to understand and then master to the degree that you could, propose ways to add on. It gets a little bit overwhelming at times. But there were certain observations that were really unique. And I guess, for instance, in August's presentation, you made mention of wheelchair height. And I just find that idea on its own absolutely fascinating. The idea that you would both set window heights, let's say, at wheelchair height, ceiling heights at wheelchair height. You could have this whole set of proportions just based on that one comment or that one observation, and you could have built a whole project around that, like a whole addition that just is accessible to people in a wheelchair or who are no taller than a person, children or perhaps people that aren't that tall. All of that could have been accommodated in that one comment because I thought it was so kind of wise. I think that was the other thing about like the perspective views. Like, I wonder whether, I'm assuming that you guys, in working with perspective, came across the horizon line, right, as something, and depending on the height of a person, a horizon line is, I'm not that tall, right? So my horizon line is more like 5 feet. Maybe you get as high as 6 feet, but to a person in a wheelchair, all of a sudden your horizon line is quite a bit lower. And so I think it could have been even interesting to explore these perspectives from the horizon line of a person in a wheelchair.
I would also echo, I think what's interesting is not only the rigor that each of you put into analyzing this building and figuring out what your intervention is, but also each of you in a very different way in terms of the diagrams and the sketches and the tools that you've used to both convey your analysis of the existing building, your analysis of a design tool, and then how you're depicting your intervention, I think is not only really ambitious, but really successful. And I think each one of these embraces a different aspect of the building, which is, some of them, particularly how you're taking the courtyard and putting a tower in the middle of the turnaround is really playful as an original concept. But it's also really suited to this building where conceptually it's a very sort of bold, simple move that then sets up all the other pieces. And I think likewise, it was interesting when I was first looking August, at the drawings a couple days ago, as you were putting things in, you know, it took me a little bit to figure out. I was just like, oh yeah, you're continuing in this bar, and to build upon those proportions and the zone, that narrow zone of the bar against the edge of the wall, I think is really smart in terms of providing another volume that that doesn't compete, but works within the language of everything that's given to you here. So I think all three of you did a fantastic job.
Agree. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a 5-minute break, but during that 5 minutes, there's always room to discuss things. So I'd like to allow our guests to take a 5-minute break, kind of stretch a little bit, or kind of at, I think, roughly a good point. But I wouldn't mind opening this up for, I could always fill time, and maybe a few faculty as well. So I want to actually let you all take a break, and I'm going to just provide a few comments to kind of fill in the time here, just because we can. First off, I was just going to comment. Let's see here. I think Howie, we're going to go to your drawings here for a moment. What I think was very interesting about the project is the role of the cylinder, right? The cylinder in the beginning, I think, you know, it's like X marks the spot, and then you just kind of make a cylinder. But what I appreciate about your project is you really work that cylinder in the way in which it actually gives two different perceptions of the role of marking the object that's basically based on a turning radius of a car, not unlike the Villa Savoie, right? I mean, I think there's a kind of playful dialogue between this villa and that villa. But the way in which you're occupying the volume, and I'm going to look at the perspective views right here, where that portal, you know, I think there's an interesting conversation, right? We got the portal view from the outside perimeter wall, and we have the cylindrical stair, the spiral stair that goes up to the bedroom wing, the right-hand side, and then how the cylinder in your particular case, how it composes, right? It recomposes the composition and introduces an element that's related to the context. And I think that was a really kind of brilliant move. And enough could be said about that. But if we continue on, right, in this perspective sequence, and we look at now the backside, right? If I go to the back of the perspective, and so now I'm looking at your last frame of this perspective series. Something very interesting happens, and I think, Jose, if I can get you to move those over, go to that last 2 frames, right? We look right here. Right now, all of a sudden, the object, which is seemingly freestanding, right? All of a sudden, when we look at the back wall, it becomes engaged into the mass of the, if you will, the kind of master portion of the house, not the guest quarters, but the master mass. And it integrates itself, and it actually kind of creates a kind of a new compositional strategy to the way in which how it integrates. It kind of builds itself into that mass. But then when we pass back into the courtyard, right, we get this kind of interesting duality, right? I really love the way in which we get the cylindrical space, but then we can kind of, because of the transparency, we can also understand that this cylinder that you've made does something really kind of fun, right? It does that. It's like a ribbon, right? So at one moment it creates the kind of static space, which actually is not that static, but the next it integrates itself back into the sequence. So the architectural form of its exterior reinforces the kind of sequential condition of the interior, and I think that's really great, really nice. And then if I look at the last project, right? So this is Chignon, right? Okay, here we go. This idea that you're taking a piece of the context, you're taking part of the kind of structural system, and you're extending that, you're modifying that to become an armature, a circulation armature. I really appreciate that, and I really appreciate the role of transparency, the way in which you're taking the transparent membrane of the building and wrapping it to start to knit the courtyard together, both the kind of living space and the kind of circulatory to get to the addition. I think it was a really nice move. that it's another way that you can kind of think about, like, what kind of clues does the building offer that I could start to leverage, right, into architectural experience. And when we look at your perspective views, and we look at that kind of armature, I think especially this view here that I have directly below it, right, where we get that extremely, that now the super beam that happens, right, that can be structure and move along it as part of the circulatory. Really nice. Not sure if any other faculty want to kind of get into this, but and of course, August, you take the wall, right? I'm looking at now your accent, right, and then stating the obvious, but you're taking the kind of Swiss cheese surface, right, and you're suggesting kind of bringing it around, further defining the courtyard, and allowing it to be the kind of linkage, right, of connecting the one side to the other side.
Gerard, the thing I'll add to your comments about Howie's and the cylinder sitting in the center is I really question that added floor to the existing house, which seems like it takes away from the purity of the cylinder, and then this bridge attachment that makes the connection to the house. And then I think anytime you engage this existing building, I like the wrapping wall and how it comes back to the house, but how does that wall meet the existing house? And seems like that's an opportunity for just to think about that detail and think about how the addition and the existing co-join.
Right.
I'd like to pick up on your Gerard, about the wrapping of that living floor, and the extension of the landscape through the schemes, which I think is actually very important. When you look at photographs of this house, even though it's very large, it really has an intimacy to it that you wouldn't expect from any kind of diagramming. But I think that the landscape plays a more important role in this house than we might expect, and how that really does carry through left, right, the views towards not the roadway itself, but towards the north side of the diagram.
Yeah. So, but nice effort, the three of you. Really nice effort. Complex project, but I think a really kind of heroic effort at all levels of the project. Just be a little bit careful when I look at this last series of perspective studies. This is going to be the last comment. We're going to move on. I see Betty's back. So, I think you need space between images, by the way. I think this gets very disturbing visually because there's no white space between each image. So at first glance, you kind of wonder, like, what is all this about, right? So just a little bit of white space would really help that drawing. And I think you need to curate, like, if you're going to have this and you're going to have this, do you really need both, right? Think about the importance of the mileage of a process board and what it's trying to tell us. So some editing could kind of occur. And only put the things on that you want to help guide the conversation, right? And duplications seem kind of silly at a certain point when doing presentations such as this. You want to be really efficient in the space that you have available. All right, I think we're ready to keep going. So, Betty, you're back?
I am back.
Welcome back. All right. So let's move on. I think Christopher is next. Is that correct? Yeah, Chris is here. Good.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I did Casa Pertierra by Smiljan Radic. And the first thing I want to mention is in the original building, there's a strong emphasis on how the building is organized perpendicularly. And then there's also a main vertical sequence that goes from the front door down to the end of the house. And for my addition, I wanted to focus on the proportion of thirds and how that dictated alignments in the opening and the stairs, and also how in the addition, I aligned the stairs to the existing stairs. And overall in this project, I tried to make the addition continuous to the existing building.
One thing that might be helpful for our guests is if you don't mind explaining the obvious that we know, but how the house is really two houses, and explain how the house is kind of organized. It might be confusing for our guests.
Right. So the original house is actually two houses with a connecting rectangular bar going across two rectangular bars that are separate houses. And then that also acts as a way to create a compound within the two. So I wanted to continue that aspect of the house as well.
Could you show them in the Paraline drawing of project number 3, what spaces are where and what in programmatically, right? So where the living spaces for one residence versus another, bedrooms for one versus the other. There you go.
So this is the first house, and then this is the second house, and then these two spaces are shared, and this is the existing studio, and then I didn't include the bedrooms, which are behind the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And then in my addition, I put the studio where above the existing studio and made it into a square to kind of show that as like an access point between the two parallel or perpendicular bars. And I separated the library from the studio to create more outdoor space or patio area. And then in my sequence, I tried to highlight how you move horizontally upwards from the first floor through to the third floor. And this is the view from the front door, highlighting the stairs on the left side. And then this is a view of the stairs, and then a view of the hallway. And then going out onto the outdoor stairs and then facing the library. And the view in from the library out to the studio. Thank you.
So Chris, I have a question. So both the library and the studio, they are communal?
No, they're not.
So each one of them has one?
Right. So each one has their own studio and their own library space.
Mm-hmm.
And their own stairs.
Got it.
Hello, everybody. I'm Colin. So in analyzing Radich's Casas Periadas, there's a few key principles that guided the creation of the tower addition. Like mentioned previously, the houses are created by a stacking of simple volumes, and similarly, the tower addition is articulation of simple masses. So the tower is added to one of the courtyards. In this courtyard, there's a reflecting pool, and this reflecting pool serves as the link between the existing house and the tower. Additionally, this pool is the same proportion as the length of the first floor of the house. So this serves as the guiding proportion for the vertical face of the tower. And there's two differing orthogonal grids that are created within this courtyard. The first is created by the reflecting pool and the back courtyard wall, and the other is the existing house and its perpendicular nature. So the bottom mass of the tower responds to the reflecting pool and wall, and the top mass responds to the house. There's many overlapping experiences in this house, and the tower begins to participate in this experience by having similar height windows that connect across the courtyard. The sequence of this house starts from the street, seeing this dominant horizontal block, that's the second floor, that goes across both houses. Upon entering the gate, you are funneled by this horizontal block into the entryway. The entryway provides a long view down into the living space, pulling the client in. And within this living space, you're able to view the courtyard and now the tower addition. Heading out of this living space, the pool links the house to the tower, moving you to the first floor studio space, up to the second floor library space, and finally culminating in the third floor terrace and reading and painting room, and giving a view of the Andes Mountains that sit over the city of Santiago. Thank you.
And Chris, let me just ask you a question. So this, your intervention is only in the in one half of the duplex house, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And the reason for this is that in studying the reference pictures provided both online and in Albuquerque, there's the two friends that show these houses. One is a painter and the other an artist, and the painter resides in the selected house.
Mm-hmm.
And our given program was a painter studio, so he received the addition.
I have a clarification question too, or maybe just something I wanted you to touch on. You know, in the same way that there's this sort of shared space and then the two individual spaces that make up the original house, now there's the introduction of a tower. How does that fit into the shared versus individual?
What shared space were you talking about?
Like
There's a whole of the second floor space?
There is no shared space.
Yeah, there is no shared space. The top, though the bar connects them visually, there's dividing wall within that horizontal bar.
Oh, so there's nothing up in there that's okay.
No.
Got it. Okay. So
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I always thought there was a shared aspect of this project as well.
Okay.
No, the only thing shared is just the plot that they both sit on.
Right. So they each have a house and they each have their respective courtyards.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So then Chris's is the one that put function into that shared space so that now they are tied together by way of these additional spaces, but also by way of these added functions. Okay. All right. Got it.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can.
Right. So, like Chris said, there's essentially two. This house is built for two different households. So essentially, come down to two different sequences. So for the first, it's essentially demonstrating that this is that's a dividing wall. That this essential part is just one household, and for my addition. Similar to Chris, I added another floor onto the roof of the second floor, which is the studio space and library space. For me, what's important is the basic geometries of the existing buildings is two rectangles and another rectangle over there on top. So it's important finding essential to have the dimensions consistent with the rest of the building. So I have my addition line basically lined up with the first floor. So for the sequence, you'll approach the house via the road, which is this part. So you'll come in from the back and then come in from the front porch. And then before you go upstairs, there will be essentially an option for you to turn left to go upstairs or keep walking down towards the living room. And once you go upstairs, there's basically that's essentially the living space and the existing studio space over here. For my stair, I added my stairs staircase right beside, right after the existing staircase, and the staircase that basically leads up to the third floor, and the staircase has somewhat, I find it interesting to have it consistent with the existing staircase, the sculptural qualities. And yeah, the third floor, these images are just demonstrating, showing the spaces of the third floor and the glass qualities of it.
Good. Good. Yeah, Don, I think for you, one thing that you probably want to spend a little bit of time on is the kind of perspective views, kind of stitching this thing, your addition, into the existing condition, because your project has a lot to do with the front elevation. So, I mean, I think what makes this the shared house is the way in which a facade element, right? The building that sits on the two parallel blocks that's underneath it is the thing that kind of unifies it kind of symbolically, intellectually, right? This building as a kind of compound, right? That they're shared, but the facade element makes it look like they're unified, right? As opposed to that's a powerful idea, I think, as an architect, to suggest that if you're given two houses, you know, why make it look like two houses from the street? Why not make it look like one house, and then start to break down the idea of the individual in relationship to their own privatized courtyard spaces, right? By running parallel to each other in this irregular site condition. But I would say, you know, your street view is really important, right? Your garden view is going to be really important. So your upper panel of your presentation, you know, setting up the diagrams and setting up the views are something that you need to spend a little bit of time on over the weekend. Get that done.
It's also in this house, one of the I think one of the really beautiful things is how it's also pushed into the landscape so that it engages with it. And particularly when you're adding on top of the existing building, then what is your relationship with the landscape? Or do you reintroduce the landscape at an upper layer so that there's multiple experiences that are all tied to the same conceptual anchor for the house?
I think it's interesting that the projects almost raise I don't know if it's this different questions, but for instance, the two projects that like Chris and Dunn, the way that you've taken that sort of, now that I understand it, empty bar and given it functionality, it appears that what you're also doing is you're kind of retaining the idea of having two different users for that one shared space. And it reminds me a little bit of, you know, sort of what happens in places like Minneapolis, where you have like the ground level, but then you have this raised level where people go, especially in the cold weather. They're able to kind of skip the ground and just kind of walk above it. You know, because here I mean, the way I understand this project is that the two separate buildings are held together or brought back together really by way of the landscape and the courtyard, more so than the empty bar above. But here now, all of a sudden, we have a kind of almost like a raised courtyard, or at least a shared space that that would want to address the kind of shared zone up there as well. I think Colin takes a different tack, but I think it raises the same question, and maybe I didn't pick up on it, but it seems like when you go to the kind of single tower, do you have two levels, each one dedicated to one of the two users, or are both users now sharing one tower? And I don't know if Colin, maybe he can clarify that one, but it, you know, because like if that raises questions too, like I guess I would have been my instincts would have been that you would have had two usable spaces in that tower, one for each of the two users versus one shared space.
Well, or that, Chris, when you look at the tower, is Chris or Colin? It's Chris, right?
No, Colin.
Colin. So Colin, when you look at the tower, when you're looking at the property, the property on the far end where you've made the tower, that part of the landscape seems larger, and it also seems like it is accessible from the outside of the property. So I think what's interesting is, how do you put an element that is singular, and how do you make that, how do you make it so each of the entities has either a shared component there or a singular component in that tower structure?
I think there's a misunderstanding with this project. There's zero shared aspect to this house. There's not one spot of ground or house that both homes share.
Right. The only thing that's shared is the actual property.
Correct. And there's
right.
And there's one courtyard wall that wraps around the entire property.
And is it a corner lot?
I think so.
Yes, it is.
So Andrew, that the court see is two courtyard, like the space between the habitable structures, that's all that either belongs to one or the other, but not both.
Correct.
So then I guess I am confused, because like when Colin puts the tower into the one courtyard, does that mean only one?
Correct.
Owner,
Yeah.
One user has access to that one tower. The other one gets nothing.
Correct. Mm-hmm. He only provided this addition for the one home.
Got it. Okay.
Yep. So well, a couple of things. One which is very helpful in this discussion is, and this is good for everyone to understand, it's like you got to setting up the presentation that can help the guests is always very important. Helping everyone understand the kind of territories that define one space and another, because there is truly an occupiable second level that is part of the house that contains, some say studio and bedroom spaces, right? And they do have kind of, I'm going to draw, I think on Colin's drawing, right? But this is an existing window, and the whole idea of the house, or one of the many ideas of the house, is that one series of living spaces has its own garden, another has its own garden. We understand that, but when you start to make the perpendicular mass that sits on top of this, what does it do? But of course, it prospects the gardens, yes, but it also prospects the view, right? The landscape view, the larger idea of landscape. And that's, so I see that as being an important strategy for Dunn and for Chris, where they're building up higher. So they're suggesting they're building off of the circulatory, right? They're saying, okay, I got a stair, I'm going to keep stacking the stair. And both of them start to make them expressive elements on the facade. So if they're expressive elements on the facade, I think kind of acknowledging those things is important. I think I see that, don't I? Yeah, I see a little.
Chris is,
right.
He has the two sort of exposed stairs that connect you from the one level to the next.
Good. Right. Yeah, because I'm looking at Chris's and I'm looking at your street view, and I guess there's just trees in the way. That's right. Why we only see one of the two stairs. Is that correct?
I'm not sure where you're looking.
Oh, that is correct, Gerard. Yeah, both of the stairs are viewable to each one separately.
Right, but there's another stair over here. I'm up in your collage, if you will, or your montage.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Okay, that's all fine. Got it. So I think for our guests, you're right. You have to say, okay, the students are either making two studios or they're making one studio. Yeah, and all are fair game, right? Just one family's denied a studio, right? I think what's interesting for me is the way Colin's reading the site conditions, right, to make this individual tower, the way in which he's getting clues to its kind of proportions and its properties from the shift, from the proportions of the reflecting pool. I think that's, to me, is what's very interesting about it, is he's saying, okay, I got a site condition. I'm going to only deal with one courtyard. When you think about the Mies courtyard houses, that's the way some of those, like Rebecca treated it only as one house, and the other two stayed as such, right? This is a similar situation. But what I think is different here is, of course, it's taking on the localized condition of context and then saying, how can I leverage that stuff to make a building, make an addition? And it's particularly powerful when you see, like, the reflecting pool. You think about it from the living space of the house, and the way in which this thing is, and I'm looking at that perspective view of that thin reflecting pool, and then looking at the tower-like nature of the addition, right? I mean, there's an integration to the existing condition in a new way, right? The landscape condition to the role of addition, as opposed to the other two solutions, right? Where we have Chris and Don, who are basically making a double decker, right? Or a double decker idea of sequence.
Mm-hmm. I guess one of the things, I mean, it thankfully it took Paul and I the same amount of time to figure out what this what this project was like. So at least we're both on the same par. And I think inserting the tower in the reflecting pool and dealing with it, because this project, my understanding is it has such a, aside from it being interesting in terms of two houses on one property, it's how one of the things that's really beautiful is how each one of them is engaged in the landscape. And I think the tower and the reflecting pool start to work within that language and make a very interesting element that that speaks to all of these things in the same way. I think the harder move architecturally is by expanding this bar that's perpendicular, and how does that get the same, what sort of richness can you introduce so that it has, in making an addition, that it's providing something that's that sort of expands or makes the building more special, or has a relationship that that makes us think differently about this project and becomes really interesting.
Are there any other closing comments?
I have one thought to build on Betty's observation, I think, which is, sometimes architects are out there looking for the problem to solve in a project, and often they're out there really quizzing it and really in studying it, saying, well, what is this something special to solve here? And in this case, I'm sort of surprised that there wasn't this chance to say, well, these are two separate homes, and maybe the move might be to actually try to find a way to connect them, even though that's not part of the program and maybe that's not what they originally intended. It could be a way for you as the architect to start to explore, different ideas, right? And suddenly the resolution between each of the two units, which are surprisingly the same, right, in each of these schemes, could start to be something very different once you make that proposition to connect them, right, in a specific way. Meaning, how would you handle that? The different ways that you would engage the space now that they're shared, and there could be shared views versus the select view that is coming with the privatization of each of these courtyards to something that could be then somehow shared, would become the architectural exploration, and be a little bit hard because these projects are so sort of rigorous in the way that they're separated, in the way that they're even so similar. So it would be a challenge.
It's definitely a good, a really thoughtful comment. I think that in some respects it's the misunderstanding of the house that you can actually use as a way to kind of resolve the misunderstanding. So So it's quite a relevant, I think, quite a relevant point for this home. I think Radek, he intentionally makes it kind of ambiguous how this thing is really working, right? So you can kind of take that on as the architectural problem, right? For thinking about the role of the addition. So we're gonna move on. I think we're rounding the corner towards the end. I think we have 4 more pairs, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Should I share my screen?
You should.
Okay. And okay, you can hear me. All right, wonderful. All right, hello there. My name is Lake Lewis, and my analysis in later edition was for Casa Guerrero by Alberto Campo Baeza in Spain. And with this courtyard residence, there is a pronounced sense of compression and release, which I found through my critical composition and diagrams and analysis. That analysis also helped me find this sense of proportion, which I later used to help inform the addition. There's also a primary sort of datum that exists when you're looking at it in plan that runs along through the plan from the entrance to the back wall. That also is the primary sequence. And so the suggested addition extends the sort of procession along the primary axis with the studio and library programming on the secondary axis, which mirrors the sort of axial relationship that's found in the original space where the living and quarters are along the secondary axis. And with the addition sequence, the original datum is also then sort of carried up through this main staircase that then also takes the viewer above sort of all these spaces for a final moment of expansion, which is meant to mirror the final moment of expansion in the original sequence. And I've shown through in my perspective diagrams how they are sequenced, and through the aspect of tone, this aspect of compression and release that is then taken from a top-bottom to a side-inside approach in the addition.
Okay, thank you. And Lake, one question for you as we're setting up for the next one is the program. We go up to that half level at your landing, and then what's on the left-hand side versus the right-hand side?
Here in the axon.
Yep.
So in terms of the programming on this left-hand side that I've shown, that is the library space, and then in terms of volume, in equal volume, is the studio space.
Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can.
Okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay, all right, starting off, hi, my name is Kevin, and today I'm presenting The Guerrero House by Alberto Campo Baeza. And what I want to start off with, this is a house located in southern Spain. It's in a warm climate, and it's a very minimal construction. As you can tell by these pictures over here, it's very minimal. On the exterior, it's essentially just like a rectangle. And what I focused on in this building was the composition of it. When I was analyzing this composition, I realized, as you can see in these diagrams, it's essentially like a bunch of rectangles surrounding a main cubic square in the middle. And so for my addition, I decided to utilize the same idea of rectangles, and instead of surrounding the cube, I would have it intersected, as shown in this diagram right here. And another thing I focused on was the two axes that define this entire building. So this horizontal axis right here defines the symmetry of the entire building, as you can tell. These two sides are completely symmetrical, and this vertical axis or transversal axis regulates basically the interior space, as you can see. And I decided to use these two axes to implement my design. And basically, for my addition, I added like these two rectangular spaces on the sides. That would eventually lead up. That would eventually lead up to the roof patio, up on here. And to use the axes, I made sure the plane, all the stairs, and basically the new additions I added, like the skylight and the planes and the stairs, they all aligned with like the vertical axis, like that. And I guess I could start talking about the sequence. So the original sequence would be that you would go into the building right here, and you would first enter into a pretty tight courtyard. But gradually, as you move on through the different spaces, as you move into the living room space, and also the back the back courtyard, the spaces will gradually decompress into a larger space. And of course, once you're at the first destination, the back wall and the pool, you can't go any farther. So naturally, you would have to turn back. And once you've turned back, you would then be greeted by these two sets of stairs and a ramp. And you go up these sets, and you go up these stairs, and you could either go to the library space on one side or the studio space on the other side. And going through these two sides, using the skylights and the planes as indicators, you would find another set of stairs hidden behind it, and you would proceed up that stair, and you would proceed up another set of stairs, and finally reach your final destination, which is the tallest roof patio in the building. And you will look at the landscape beyond. And the entire sequence is it's looped. So what I'm saying is that, as you can see in my plan over here, seeing this roof, you can access the roof from either the library space or the studio space, and you could cross over the roof to access the library space as well from the studio space. So my sequence is kind of like a closed circuit surrounding my entire building. Thank you.
Yeah, that would. We're gonna open back up to probably your axonometrics. So Jose, if you don't mind. So when.
Should I stop sharing my screen? Or?
Sure, please do.
Okay. Oh.
Because I think that drawing, Kevin, is a very effective drawing. The way you've drawn it to help us understand the scheme. It's a very interesting idea that that the perspective views show us one thing, but I think when you do a paraline drawing such as this, the way in which you've eroded one side and completed the other, I think it's a very effective graphic technique that you've chosen for that drawing.
Oh, thank you.
I like that a lot. I'm going to make a brief comment, and then Lake, I think you need to utilize the role of the dashed line that we see here in Kevin's drawing. So if we start with Kevin's drawing for a moment, and we just look at the role of the dashed lines and the way in which they're still helping us imply volume, I think that helps us a little bit, right? It doesn't help us about sequence, but it helps us understand that this thing is being, the volumes are being defined by the dashed line. Now, if we look at your drawing, right now, you've done a cutaway drawing for both schemes, same general angle. But the trouble I have with the drawings right now is I think more dashed lines could be, and I'm going to get over there in a moment. I think more dashed lines could help us. I want to understand the volumetric properties of this house, and so what is the volume, right? And you got to prioritize what it is, especially because we understand that there's a sequence that you're kind of moving through. But the more that you can help us understand what that volume is, the better everyone's going to understand that there's a sequence about going in, being in a volume, being compressed in a big volume, compressed back out into a space again. I think the drawing is only telling us part of the story, and I think it needs to tell us the obvious thing about sequence. That sequence is being manipulated by the role of the section profile, right? And your project is starting to do like the inverse of that when you start to get to the sections, to your idea of the cascading stair. So it's a simple add, but I think it's one that's necessary for both your drawings. So I think it's necessary here and it's necessary here. Because if not, we're all you're doing is showing us a section cut, but it's not giving us a sense of spatial variation regarding, in this particular case, sectional sequence?
I think one, the original project is very very spare. It's very conceptual, and it's all about proportion. And I think both of you, in terms of where you have chosen to make your additions, both make sense, and I think they're both very valid approaches for making an addition to this building. I think one of the things that I would like to see pushed further, because it is such a spare building, is to see more rigor in terms of how do you then continually define this. So in putting Kevin, the spaces on the mezzanine, I think one of the images that I thought was really beautiful was the one in the living room, where you see the floating stairs, you see the mezzanine, and you see the skylight. And I think, I think that's a really lovely image, and it also reinforces conceptually how light is treated in this building. I think what would be more interesting is if there was a variation in terms of how these two sides were treated, and that if they took on very different aspects, so that there was more variation in the project. I think likewise, Lake, where you is that lower floor, Lake? Is that where the car park is, or what's on the lowest level?
So on the lowest level, that is here, if I can. So right
in that section, what's down on the ground floor?
Right here.
Yeah.
So on that ground floor, that is how I've shown it. Along that secondary axis, you descend down into these spaces. So you go down. That's the studio space.
The studio space is where? Is the triangular section?
Yeah, so that's here.
Okay, and that's the entire floor.
Yes, for that space.
So there's a volume here. I'm drawing of your axon, and then and then symmetrically there's another volume. I think what Betty's asking is what happens underneath that, because that's raised up on the. You're going up to an intermediate level, and then you're traveling into either a studio or a library. But underneath it is kind of a big question mark, right? It's like, what is down there, right? What is down there?
Yeah, what's that? What's that lower level that's on the plane of the courtyard?
That's on the plane of the courtyard. So you descend, that's the floor space for that. So it's a double story space.
But the entrance is up at the second floor.
Yes.
So you go up to the second floor and then you go down?
Yes.
It is showing the floor plan. Jose, you might want to move over to the floor plan.
So you turn and go down. So you go up to go down, and then these are two-story volumes. I see. Okay.
But I was gonna say, see that's where you kind of lose me on that clear concept.
I see. Okay, it was meant to mirror the secondary axis where those living spaces are in the original sequence, which is where the 4 is sort of looking towards the 4th view.
There's a classic phrase that's given, I think, in every first year critique, and that is, it's difficult to go up, to go back down, to get to the same space that you could have just gone into directly, right? So that's kind of what's going on here a little bit. Is like it's counterintuitive, right? It's like why do you do it, right?
Well, but also if you're going into the studio, I mean, one is to go up and then to go down, but then in going down, there are 2 staircases that go into a singular artist studio, which, which I think is kind of problematic. The other is, no matter what kind of art somebody makes, you're always carrying something. So whether you're carrying something, whether you're a painter, whether you're a sculptor, you need to, it's all that stuff, or whether you're an architect, it's all that stuff that you're always toting with you.
I mean, one of the I'll come back to this conversation, but I'll start more generally. I think it's almost a difficult problem from the get-go, in the sense that here's an architect who pretty much did as much as he could to remove as much as he could, and you're being asked to put something back in. That said, I think both of you actually have conceptually really strong solutions to the question of how do you put something back in. I like both solutions as far as what you've done, because I think there's this, you're constantly having to deal with both the kind of the symmetry of the work that's there, but then also the kind of moments where these 2 sides come together. And I think both address that really well. I think that Kevin's also starts to hint at, but it's not necessarily revealed in the drawings, what the light would be like in the new spaces, right? And I've been lucky enough to hear the architect speak about his work, and he talks a lot about the light. That's like, because it's such a precious commodity in his work. He's not giving you as much light as he can. In some ways, he's giving you as little as he thinks is necessary. So I think what you have here hints at that. And I think it's probably just a matter of trying to find the best way of describing, the type of light that you're providing. I think in Blake's case, there seems to be an absence of light. I mean, I don't see any openings in the sort of large space that you've provided. I mean, to me, like, the one potential solution to, or at least explaining the kind of stair move that you've made, is that, it is possible, if that is an art studio, if it is made for making art, then the stairs and even the platform give you this opportunity to sort of see your work from a different perspective. So it's possible that stair on the inside, or the pair of stairs on the inside and in the landing, need to be made slightly more significant, so that you could actually pause there and sit down, or you could go up there with the person who you might be making your art for, and have a conversation, or look down upon the studio and all of what's happening there. But I think that space needs some kind of a comment on light that would be, appropriate for the way that light's being dealt with in the original.
Yeah, the one thing I wonder, like, is, because I love that image of the stair just going straight up, and that it's axial, it's relentless, and the fact that it goes to the roof, I think, is really beautiful. So I guess one question is, in making that slot through the volume, is the inside of that slot glazed so that the light goes down to the studio from both sides of the stair, and that the entrance into the studio might even slip along the outside walls of the courtyard, so that from the house it stays a very crystalline form?
Yeah. Part of it to me is like, is
that a line of water that you have at the base of the wall?
That's the existing water that's at the base of the wall.
Yes, that's the existing water. Yeah, because the addition sort of cuts into that wall, and then there's that overhang that exists there.
Right. So it balances. But I was going to say, to have that wall and that the divorce with the water, I think, is really, really beautiful. So the question is, how can you make it even more spare, and you know, and deal with the studio so that you, as Paul said, so that you have the light that comes down in a really intense way, and that everything stays as conceptual and as clear and as pure as the original house.
Well, I'm gonna finish up with Lake and then move back down to Kevin. So Lake, for you, it's like I think you spend the majority of your energy on a stair, but when we actually get into the studio space and library, right now they're kind of undeveloped. And my recommendation is thinking about what you've heard from the critics today is how do you start to give qualities to that workspace, and how do you give qualities to that library? Is something that you need to think about. Like, architecture is not just about the outside, but it's also about an inside. I think right now you're interested in the inside as being a consequence only of the outside. But if you actually start to draw that inside space, you'd understand that it's kind of a box, and it's like the underside of a stair. What kind of space are you really making in spatial terms, right? How does light enter into this was mentioned. Also, I would even start from the beginning is like, you know, I'm still confused about its footprint and how does it start to deal with ideas of mass or even compositional principles of the plan, because it's, you know, and scale. Like, I think the scale of these spaces are kind of enormous compared to the scale of the spaces that are part of the house. So right now, should the studio spaces, something for you to consider, should the studio space be this large when the living room space is probably at least, I would say, half that size, right? It brings into question, like, if this is an architect that's about careful calibration of proportion, space, height, right? These types of elements, how do you learn from those lessons and manipulate those lessons in the experience of the spaces that you make? And that's what the project's begging for more information, right, on those aspects of the project. I would spend less time on the stair right now, and I would spend time on everything else about the project. You got to be careful when you do projects like this, where if you just put all your energies in the one aspect of the project, you neglect the rest of the project, and then we're left guessing about the qualities of it, right? And I'm a firm believer that the programmatic conditions are very important, right? And very important sequentially, yes, but experientially, right? And I'm left here asking more. And I think with Kevin's, what I really appreciate that perspective view that is on your process board, where everything is about acknowledging the transverse axis, and the way you've elected to kind of go with the option of concealing the stair that brings you up to the roof. And what I like about this is I actually feel like you're living up to the kind of agenda of the architect, which I like here, is that I feel this is a bit more reasonable of an approach, meaning the proportions of the rooms are scalar to the actual architecture, and that these things serve the architecture and don't overwhelm the architecture. They acknowledge through light the ability to kind of to get off the primary axis to deal with that condition, the transverse axis that you talked about. And I really appreciate that about the scheme. If it feels gentle, which I think this house, if making an addition to it, requires a kind of gentleness.
I was going to say also, Kevin, I think one of the things that was mentioned, but your axonometric and the are those model images? Or are those physical models or rendered models?
Oh, this is the one. These ones beside my like axon. These are like rendered models. It's my random model one. Yeah.
Right, but I was going to say I think those are really useful images.
Oh, okay.
And I would even say, you know, just based on what they convey, that even become, you know, while there are stipulations in terms of what's a requirement, I think those, you know, the images that are on the screen right now serve you really well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think if we just a moment on the drawings, I think that the drawings that confused me the most were definitely the cutaway paraline drawings, and I think, as it was pointed out previously, the dotted lines, at least in Kevin's case, helped. But I have a feeling it's because maybe we're too dependent on the fact that we trust the architect to have been symmetrical, but I'm not necessarily willing to trust you to be symmetrical just yet, because you know what I mean? Because you're not necessarily a commodity. I know he would probably do that, but I don't know for sure. And so somehow you have to make sure that those drawings convince me that you're more or less following the original architect's lead as far as symmetry goes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're going to move along. So,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is this okay? Sorry.
Yes,
that's good.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Gabrielle, and I studied the Rudolf Schindler House. So to just kind of start off, this house consists of 2 residences for a couple each, a guest space, and then a central kitchen. So for my previous sequence, I kind of focused in on that kitchen as the beginning of my sequence, moving into one of the wings of the house, kind of traveling around this central courtyard to end up at the end of this wing of the house. For my addition, I wanted to kind of move back from the end of that wing of the house back into a central space where both of these residences could use the addition. So that's why I decided to place my tower in this central part of the house, kind of anchored by this fireplace. So to determine the shape of my tower, I found these geometries that are found in the existing roof terraces, the sleeping terraces, and from there I kind of aligned it with different elements of the house to create the tower, which I then extruded in accordance to the existing height of those terraces. So to just kind of go through the sequence, it kind of starts out in the exterior, moving into the kitchen, that central space, then entering that one of the wings of the house, moving along that courtyard, and finally to the end of that wing of the house. From there, you kind of travel up this staircase into a small pavilion, which takes you out onto the roof, where you can then travel into the tower. Once you enter the tower, you enter the library space, where you can see that fireplace as well as the entrance that would be used by the other part of the building. You can travel up the stair into the studio space and then look out onto the courtyard that you originally were traveling around. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so hi, I'm Angela, and in my analysis of the Schindler House, I sort of began with the notion that this is 2 separate houses for 2 different couples. As you can see, there's 2 different sequences, but the 2 main observations that I made were, first, there's this emphasis placed on getting to the courtyard and maintaining this sort of line of sight when you're in the main spaces of the house. And the second observation was this use of the landscape in the form of these hedges, and as you can see here, there's like even a grade change. And the landscape is used to really further choreograph the way that you experience the house. So in the interest of preserving this very horizontal sequence of the house, I chose to put my tower on the landscape over here. And the tower follows many different rules of the house. You can sort of see in these diagrams here and here, it follows the geometry of certain rooms. The house uses squares and golden rectangles, so the tower has those spaced out accordingly. And another rule that the tower follows is having this rule of having glass, floor-to-ceiling glass on the walls facing the courtyard. And again, this just places more emphasis on this view into this courtyard condition. So in my perspective views, you can see first you're sort of guided into one of the houses, the Schindler house in this case, and you're sort of guided to look into the courtyard. And as you're looking into the courtyard and as you're actually entering the tower, all of these tower views on each of the floors end in the view of the courtyard, because that was the main focus of the architect's design. And I strove to further emphasize this relationship between the tower and the house by maintaining these like lines of sight. And I primarily used these two beams here to sort of reference that line of sight into the courtyard. And you can see it better in this diagram that I have. Like with the walls in the tower, and also with the hedges that I've placed around the landscape to sort of modify it. I really sort of changed the landscape to fit this relationship and solidified this idea of continuation into the courtyard. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jasper, and I'm also studying the Schindler House. So a lot of the ideas I focused on were how this really is, at the end of the day, a two-family residency. And there's a really strong sense of radial symmetry used in the plan of this residency. So in using this radial symmetry, Schindler was able to kind of create these two smaller courtyards, and then there's the greater courtyard relationship. And so while in the original floor plan, you have the first family and the second family, and each husband and wife have their own space and their own private view onto the common courtyard. The bedroom, which is the only structure on the roof, doesn't have this experience, and instead it's really the only common but private experience. So keeping that in mind, I wanted to create a solution where the bedroom would still kind of have this hierarchical power of being the most private space. And so I moved that up one more level. And in doing so, I added a library and a shared studio onto the second floor where the bedroom used to be. In doing that, I was able to establish new views into that immediate courtyard and into the greater courtyard. And it's worth noting, or it's really important, that I created two additions, not just one, because this is two families. And they each have their own views that do not overlap. So while in the original sequence, you have on the top is the side that Schindler and his wife inhabited, and then the bottom is his engineering partner Chase and his wife. it sets up a sequence where there are ground level views of the courtyard that are really similar, but they're on either side of the house. In the addition, we begin to move upwards. This is a continuity of Schindler's side, where I use the stairwell of the bedroom to move upwards into a library threshold space with a view out into the greater courtyard that bends into the new shared studio space. And in this view, you can see that there is a cut hole into the ground that I use as a way of linking the spaces together. And if you move above, we begin to enter the bedroom space. And in the bedroom space, there's a really wide open hole that connects the bedroom to a rooftop garden, which moves the courtyard idea upward. And then I used vertical beams as a way of framing these views in every single part of the house. And I used horizontal beams to reinforce the kind of long and low values of the house. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate Angela and Jasper, the way in which you both were cluing into aspects of the residences, as in regards to, I think, Angela with the beams of the living room and Jasper with the kind of beams and kind of structural elements, and the way in which they could be used to start to set up kind of perspectival conditions. And I think, Gabrielle, that's probably something you might want to consider with your scheme, right? Is that these types of devices actually do help make kind of connections. And I think for Angela, it makes a very clear connection to how you're thinking about the role of the addition and the landscape. And Jasper, it makes a lot of sense for you because you're using them in many respects almost like construction lines, right, leading to the destination being the landscape condition that your architecture is suggesting to emphasize, right?
That's right. I also, I use the beams as a way of reinforcing the view into the immediate courtyard and the greater courtyard.
I think first of all, I was going to say this is one of my favorite projects ever, and it's one of the weirdest spaces that only an architect could design. To say that you're going to have this shared house and everybody gets one room, and then you're going to share a kitchen, but then you each get their courtyards, and part of it's made of concrete. There are other walls that. My recollection is it's like a sheet of homosote. Like the thing could be made out of cardboard. And so I think, one of the things is, as you analyze this, the sort of the conceptually what they were trying to do here socially needs to be taken into consideration as much as the relationship of the architectural elements and the landscape. And I think in terms, so I guess there, it becomes a question of scale and all sorts of things. I think, Angela, what's interesting in putting, can you go to the tower? Right, in your analysis of the landscape, and I would say in this project, the landscape and how the house is sited is just as important as the rest of the house, because in Southern California, you can spend 90% of the time outside, so that your living space really becomes those outdoor spaces and the landscape and the fireplaces and all sorts of things. And I think making, one of the things, is your glazing open to the house, or does it face otherwise? I can't, if we could zoom out slightly.
Or Sorry, what are you, the glazing, like, what is the?
Yeah, so the glazing on your tower, does the glazing face back towards the house? Or is it, you have two different materials. You have the concrete, is it the concrete on three sides?
Yes, sorry. Yes, it is. And it is the concrete on the three sides, excluding the side facing the courtyard.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at your perspective view down below it, I get a slightly different impression. I'm looking, I'm not quite sure if this, do these drawings match your plan view and this view? Right here. Because your plan view is basically saying it's a C, right? It has a door, it has some glass, and it has some, right? But when I look here, it looks like a very different building. Or is it just because I think maybe the plan view is really showing that, but we're missing the dashed lines of that maybe, and these columns?
No, I think there is a difference.
Okay. All right, work on that. I think I like the compositional properties I see in the perspective. I think maybe I see the columns. There are the columns, but there's some differences between the two that maybe just need to be kind of worked through a little bit. So anyway, that's an easy thing to do. I'm going to get rid of those.
What I will say is, I have to preface this by saying that, until I actually went out and saw this house in person, and I've been lucky enough to now go on 2 tours of this house, I don't think I really understood anything about it. I didn't understand how it worked in plan. I didn't understand how it worked in section. I didn't know how it worked in relation to the landscape, any of those sorts of things. And I think once you go, you discover a number of things. One, of course, the land around it has changed dramatically, but mostly you discover things like the scale. It's a really, really small scale. Like the whole thing's built out of like 2x4s, basically.
Right, I was going to say, right, and the
And
2x4s if you're lucky.
yeah, they might not even measure that big. But you also get a sense of the clear distinction that's made between sort of what's opaque and heavy, the concrete tilt-up walls, and what's transparent and light, and that's the sort of we hope 2x4 elements. And so I think each of these 3 solutions to the addition problem are the right solution in their own way. And each, I think, and I think that's their strength, in that there was a certain, like, conceptually, each of you went looking for an answer, and I think each of you found it. I think in Gabriella's solution, I really like the idea of, the kitchen being the place we all end up spending most of our time. So why not put something on top of the kitchen where we can all spend more of our time, And I think the scale of it, the sort of undulating surfaces, all of that sort of is compatible with what's already there. I think
and then there are 2 sleeping. Are there 2 sleeping lofts in this house? Each house has one, right?
I thought there was just the one in the middle, right?
No, I think each house has one.
Right,
Each house has one.
it's like over top of the entry.
Oh, I thought.
Jasper, you want to help confirm?
Yeah, sure. Each house has one right over the entrance.
Okay.
I'm specifically, this is in Gabriella, so there's just one addition, right? That's going over the one kitchen, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Well, I think Gabriella is making 2 kind of vestibules with these stairs, right? And then you walk across the roof to the addition that sits on top of the kitchen.
Right, but correct? in her section, I think she shows the 2 sleeping. Are those the 2 sleeping, Gabriella? Those are the 2 sleeping lofts, and then yours is like a 3rd element on the roof?
Yes. In my Axon, because it was an addition to the previous axon that I had, the second sleeping loft, since it was not particularly part of that, is not present in
It's not
that.
shown.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's two.
Right. And that kitchen, it's a communal kitchen, correct?
Correct.
Right. So then this addition winds up being part of the communal volume of the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess what I was going to say about this is, whereas in the original house you have these concrete slabs on certain sides, and then you have these very transparent wood framed window walls on the other. Here it starts to become more like punched openings, and I think that would be something to take a look at in more detail as to, where do you put the light walls versus where do you put the heavy walls, and does all of that change once you go to a second level versus when you're on the ground? I think what I was going to say about Angela's project is that I like the idea of the kind of central tower, but I think its scale is rather large in relation to all of what's already there, and it loses some of the sort of subtlety of like, well, what's on, like, I like the idea, that you picked up on, which is that, you're going to turn the two light walls to the interior and the two opaque walls to the exterior. But I think it ends up as one sort of almost clean volume, like one rectangular solid, versus the kind of undulating surfaces that that Schindler's kind of known for, all these ins and outs. And Jasper may be similar. I think that I like the idea of what you've done, but it shows up, especially you did these really nice renderings where you see the white additions in relation to the existing, and they're also slightly suggesting that the new work is big, and proportionally large in relation to the existing, and I think that might be one thing that you'd want to take a look at.
Right. Like if you look at the photo that's on the lower right now, you see a person underneath the trellis, and you can see how petite and how small this scale is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you need, like if yours was pulled down into that scale, it doesn't seem as overwhelming then.
And what's kind of interesting, and that's what I mean, like, hopefully you guys, maybe some of you, maybe all of you will get a chance to go out there and see this. The area surrounding it has grown up into a big, popular, densely, so actually the scale of the neighbors is pretty large, especially in comparison to the scale of what's still here.
Sure. Yeah. So in this particular case, you got to think about this a bit like a sandwich. You got to squish the sandwich down a little bit just to kind of help it, give it a kind of proportional property. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the density of it around it now, I mean, the apartment buildings are quite high, right? I mean, quite controversial, quite frankly, right?
Yeah.
That the way in which they built around it. But I think I suspect, Jasper, and you're interested in trying to work with the scalar relationship of the existing building, not the scalar relationship of its neighboring context. So if that's the case, how do you start to, it looks like a house that probably if I was walking around through it, I'd be scraping my head on this house, right? Because it's meant for I suspect the ceiling height here is quite low, right? Probably its highest ceilings are probably 8 feet, right?
The concrete heights are 9 feet, and then the wooden heights are 7. So the entrances are 7.
Good. Well, you know it well. So right. So think about your floor ceiling relationships and how you might be able to kind of push this down a little bit. All right. Well, let's keep going. So we're winding. We want to wind up here soon. So or wind down here soon. So we have the last two groups. So if you don't mind, let's move on. I think Sydney's next. Thank you, everybody.
Hello. My name is Sydney, and I studied the Casa Butanza in Brazil by Paulo Mendes da Roca. So the original composition of the house divides the main floor into 3 vertical sections, 2 public areas on the sides and the private bedroom and kitchen area in the middle.
I'm going to stop you and say, use diagrams to help us understand these things, or use something that could help us.
Well, okay.
Yeah, whatever works for you. There we go. Yeah, because you got to.
Yeah. So the sequence of the house starts from going up the stairs and then arriving at the first public area, going through the hallway between the kitchen and the bedrooms to the second public area, the living room. And then from there is where you can see where my addition starts, with the staircase at the end of the original sequence. And from there, you go up to the second floor, and you arrive at the library and the studio. The bookshelf over here is a barrier between the public hallway and the more private studio. And then you walk either past the studio here or around to the glass doors, and then you can exit out to the rooftop terrace. So Daroka stressed the transparency of the house and how one can connect to the surroundings even though even when you're in the house, which is why the original building had glass window walls on 2 sides of the building, as well as movable doors that connect to the bedrooms. And I continued that idea in my addition. So there's an open area here where you can look down to the bottom level, as well as the window wall continues up and you can see the exterior. And there are no doors in my addition, so it emphasizes the openness, while the bookshelf adds some sort of privacy, but it's not completely closed off. And the original building also uses the beams, the structural beams, as a guiding sort of grid on where to organize the walls and the divisions. So I use that as well to divide my, to decide where to build my addition. I divided the original rooftop into thirds using the beams, and 1/3 of that for the additional building. And you can see from the other diagrams the composition of the addition in relation to the bottom floor. This is it has a square element composition, and 1/3 of that is the transitional space. And over here, the bookshelf acts as an anchor, both in plan and in plan and section view. And these 2 are the overhangs on both sides of the building. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Richard, and my addition to the Butanta Residences by Paulo Mendes da Roca is based on my analysis of proportion, alignment, and use of compression and release that occur throughout the existing house. The primary floor of the building is divided into 3 general spaces: the lobby, the bedrooms, and the living area. And in this case, the private space is sandwiched between the 2 public spaces. I tended to follow this organizational structure in my tower addition, which sits between the 2 private space axes. And this is because the studio space and library are more personal to the inhabitants of the house. In the original building, the roof of the garage floor is much lower than that of the primary floor. And as an individual travels up the staircase on the side of the building, they will experience fluctuations in roof height. And this concept of compression and release was also used in my addition, as the first floor of my tower is lower than the second floor, which contains the actual studio and library space. In terms of sequence, one would enter the parameters of the house through the driveway and ascend to the second floor through the staircase on the side of the house. As one approaches the second floor, they are to experience the lobby, which only features a long strip of windows combined with a counter. Next, the individual walks through a corridor that can be seen in this perspective and arrive at the living room, which is furnished with a concrete sofa and fireplace. And from here, one is presented with the opportunity to travel through a staircase, which is part of my addition, to arrive at the rooftops terrace. This is the perspective that one would experience when they arrive on top of the staircase. And from here, they can see the rooftop terrace. And they have two options, either to travel to the rooftop terrace and experience this view, which shows my addition in its entirety, or to travel up the staircase again to arrive at the library space. And just around the corner of the library space is my studio area. Since a crucial part of the original sequence is this walkway that leads one from the lobby to the living room. It can be seen in the axiometric drawing over here, or it can be seen in my perspective drawing. So this walkway is like really crucial for the design. And I wanted to emphasize this corridor and spatially connect my addition with the original house through sectional properties. And to do this, I extruded the plane that sits on the right side of the corridor and the walkway space. And also, not just the plane itself, also the space in its entirety was also extruded to travel up throughout my entire addition, seen through these perspectives. It's also shown in my elevation drawings. As you can see, this plane is the wall, and also this entire space is allocated out in my addition. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm studying the Butanda residences by Paulo Mendes de Roca in Brazil. So for the main ideas of this building, I saw that there were the ideas of expansion and compression, a connection to nature, and public versus private areas. In the original design, there are two large public areas on either side of the house. And there is one axis of transition that leads from the staircase and connects the two public areas. And in between, there is the private bedrooms. And then also there are windows across two walls of the building by the public areas, which creates a connection and airflow throughout the house. And with these ideas, I decided to create my addition on top of the second largest public area to create a sense of continuation of the large space. As you can see in this diagram, the right box shows the connection between the public space as well as my addition, and then the box to the left of it, I have the continuation of the size of the private areas onto the rooftop. So for my addition, I also kept the transition area as the same place as the original building. I have the stairs that come up through the area where the hallways in the original building and into the library. For the sequence of the building, you would walk into the building through the driveway and then under the overhang, up the stairs into the first large public area. And then you would cross the small threshold to transition into the second largest public living area. And from there, there is the set of stairs that goes up to the library and the studio space. And as you walk up, you're greeted with the view of the library. And from that, this is a long, elongated hallway that connects the library and the studio space. And then from across the stairs, there's a door that leads out onto a rooftop garden, also sectioned into a public and private area by this wall. I also wanted to continue the idea of compression and expansion. As you walk through the tight corridor on the second floor into the first large space on the second floor, there's an idea of expansion. And as you walk up the staircase into the small library, there's another idea into a compressed room. And then through the small hallway, you get to the studio, which is another large room, which expresses the idea of expansion. And you can see from this picture, I don't know why it's blurry, but you can see the structure of the addition that I've added.
Yeah, it'll be clear in a moment when we probably when you release your screen. Is it? All right. So maybe what we'll do is let's start with that drawing, just so that we can kind of finish that thought. There we go. Nice and sharp. Okay. All right.
I think all three of these approaches are really solid and really clear in terms of where they are placed on the overall building. I think one of the things that's so interesting about this building is that it is so brutalistic and then so temporal at the same time. So the exterior panes of glass are they nearly disappear, and they're really minimal in terms of how you experience them, how they're hinged, that they're without any sort of framing or hardware to the extent you can. And then also the interior partitions where the bedrooms are, that seem, my sense is the way this house has been used, that those partitions are meant to be not unlike many of these other projects, that they can move around as they need to, that there's nothing sacred about them, and that when you see those spaces, they're completely utilitarian. So in making your spaces on top, how do you, is there a way to also embrace how things might change and what things could be truly temporary? I think, Richard, when you put your addition over top of that connecting corridor, one of the things that I thought was really lovely and I think it starts to show in your these are in your model images where you have a sense of light on what you're doing. If you pan, yeah, right there. I thought those images were really nice in terms of setting up the slot that you put over top of that corridor and the sense of light that you get down from presumably from the roof into your addition and then down into that corridor in terms of a means of connecting everything and tying your addition to the overall building below.
I think for me, what I kind of enjoy about the 3 different projects is the 3 different attitudes towards kind of making your way from the most public realm to the additional parts that you've added to the building, because I think this house seems so much about that, this notion of there's 2 public spaces on either side of all of the private spaces. And so the question then becomes, how do you navigate that? And I think, I think the first approach seems to be the one where you're already in the most private, or at least you're in one of these public spaces. And from there, you're going to move into a more private type of additional space. And so how it handles that, I think, is well done in terms of the scale and the proportions, both the way it reads in plan, but also from the exterior as well.
And is it understood? Is that corner the living room? That is not. You have to go through the full communal space to get to that corner, correct?
Yeah, I think it's about as private as you can get.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
it's as private as you can get in the public space.
Yeah.
Which I think is nice.
Yeah, I think whereas I think in Richard's case, or at least his interpretation, it's almost as if this could be a kind of almost like home office that could see clients, in the sense that you kind of almost can make your way right through the kind of that initial public space and right up into this additional amount of space without necessarily having to navigate to the larger public space, nor even, I think, get into or deal with the more private settings. So I think that aspect of it seems pretty interesting. And then like Amy's version, is similar in the sense that you can kind of move right through and up into what's additional. The only thing here that I found a bit curious, and maybe Amy can explain it better, is like when you come up that stair, it seems like it seems like this additional piece has 2 spaces. One, the smaller, I thought it was described as the more intimate, and then the other is the kind of the larger, more public. And I just wonder if those wouldn't want to flip, so that you kind of make your way up the stair into the one that's perceived to be the more open, more public, and then maybe the other space is the more private of the 2.
So it just kind of requires the wall maybe to be there and that versus there.
Right. You just flip the bookcase other direction.
Yep.
And Amy, I don't know if you explained this, but I'm not understanding how you placed the staircase to go up to your addition. And because it seemed like your diagram was showing it had a relationship to the primary sequence through the house, but then I don't see it in your perspective views.
I had my staircase along a similar axis as the one original horizontal transition space on the 2nd floor, so that it would have easy movement as a transition area throughout the entire building.
So I think the question Andrew's asking about, if we look at the perspective views, we're in that slot between the kitchen and the kind of wall, right? And
you should see the stair right in front of you.
Maybe. That's what I can't quite figure out.
I know it's a little indecisive. Like if we go back, let me just get this out of the way. And we go back to your plan diagram, we get kind of mixed signals. Like I circled this one, right, which seemed really clear to me.
Yes.
Like, okay,
Yes.
you kind of come up and, but then we go to the plans, and then it's over here now. It's constantly shifting, right? If that stair landing is really here, like,
well, where it's shown next to the column,
you come, but look, you come up.
It's on the other side.
I'm drawing on the actual plan, right? So it's
right.
So and then we see the kind of diagram, like the setup. Here's the setup, right? So your setup is like, okay, I'm gonna go there, and then we come over to here.
But she didn't.
And then
she
it's
put it
like
on the other side of the column.
Yeah.
So I think,
and that's why it doesn't show up in the perspective. So the perspective is actually correct. The idea is not. You didn't follow the idea that you presented in your diagram.
Are we all suggesting that's the idea that we should be understanding?
Yes.
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 I definitely trusted the diagram.
Because otherwise, my question is, how did you decide where to place that stair? It seems if you didn't put it at the end of that sequence, it seems sort of random as to where it may have fallen.
So I think you know what to do, right?
Yes, I'll fix that.
Excellent. Good. A couple of quick commentary on this is what I love about the three. It's like you're all architects, and you're working together in the office, and each one of you is given a different task. So the presentation is, okay, we'll give them the small, the medium, the large version. We'll see which one they like, right? And I appreciate that the way in which you didn't know you were doing that, but in fact, that's how it kind of reads at the end. And I think that's how we kind of engage practice too. It's like when you're given a brief like this from a client, and you don't really, and they kind of tell you, like, you tell us, right? You're trying to work through the problem in order to and try to identify the benefits of each solution. So I think you've all decided, you've all come to different conclusions that I think are equally valid. And I think it would be tough for a client to choose, except for maybe things like budget and maybe, if anything, I think it also shows a little bit of the kind of vulnerability of two of the schemes. I think Richard, because of the scale of it, you're able to get around it a little bit more effectively than I think Sydney and Amy at this point, because I think the drawings that need to be kind of worked on, and I'm glad you made them. So don't look at this as a negative. I'm going to look at Sydney's first. I'm going to look at your perspective views in relationship to the plan. I'm kind of right here. I'm in the montage drawings, by the way. There we go. Right here is you can kind of, I think if we were back in studio and we were making models, I think we would probably soon understand that this kind of relationship here tends to this is such a graceful and moment to this house that when you put your piece on top of, it starts to suggest, like, how do you really want to, I think this needs study, because right now it doesn't feel like it has that resolved yet. And if you have time, you want to mess around with it, that's the view that's difficult. It looks like it needs some effort, because it doesn't quite know whether it feels like it plops itself on top of the building, as opposed to, I think you're really trying to integrate one to the other.
Well, I think what's adding to this is the thickness of that floor plane.
You bet. Absolutely. So I think you need to, I'll go.
And I guess the other question is, or do you pull it back from the edge? So
that's right.
So that you have that breadth between what you're imposing on top and what's beneath, and it starts to suggest, and I think looking at that section is exactly where you want to start looking into it. And does that even make your addition more interesting and more subtle? Because then you have that lip on the addition on top of the lower roof, which I think when you start to look at the other photos on the other side in terms of just the geometries and the volumes of the overall house. All of that's part of the language that's already set up.
I think I was talking about this a little bit back with, I think his name is Dixon, if my notes are correct here, where he did the renderings that kind of matched up the materials of the new and the old. And I think you have that almost here. Like if you were back in the studio and you made the original house model, let's say out of chipboard or even white museum board, and then you built your addition out of chipboard or white museum board, you'd then see the kind of more just the kind of proportional, the scalar, and even the kind of just conceptual relationship between the new and the old. And then once you've kind of got that more or less resolved, maybe the way you'd like it to be, then you start to look at the materials as well. Because I think, as soon as you, for instance, pull that wall up from below as concrete, up into this new sort of additional second story, if we call it that, all of a sudden you get something very different than the kind of white
right
or when you put something on top, does it wind up do you look at whether it's a pavilion that sits on top, which starts to work with the language of the glass and how it disappears, and it winds up being something that's much more delicate on that brutal structure.
I had a client once who had a bungalow, Chicago bungalow, and they wanted me to put an addition on the top, and they presented me at the first meeting with, I think, something like 25 photographs of how not to do it. They had driven around their neighborhood, a very historic neighborhood in Chicago of brick bungalows, and they said, these are the 20 wrong ways to do it. Now, Paul, how you might want to do it the right way.
That's
and the
awesome.
whole point was to not this one in particular. We're not picking on this one project. It was just they didn't want the white box on top of the brick bungalow. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the same critique could happen with Amy's view, also looking at that same corner, and the way in which it's the white box that sits on top of the concrete mass. That probably if you start to texture map this thing, and we saw some examples of that. We saw that with Bowles and Wilson on Wednesdays, and I think it was probably Jerry's project, in which it really helped when making it the same texture, right? Like I think this solution might be good, but the way it's being represented in regards to, I think what Paul's talking about, you can see how I think you want to unify this. You don't really want to separate this graphically, right? One last point before we move on with Sydney. Sydney, I think you need some diagrams. Think about, I was trying to redirect you to some diagrams, and then there were no diagrams to really help understand how you were thinking about how the building was organized, to help think about how your solution is working with the things you observed through the diagram. I appreciate you looking at an elevation and a plan to help those aspects, but what it doesn't tell the story about is how the circulation works on the outside of the building, how it creates that kind of corridor on the inside of the building, and how those diagrams are setting up why you are where you are, right? And I think that part of the story should be added to your diagrams. So it's probably another 3 diagrams, and it would really help.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, finally, Richard, the one thing I was going to say is what I was just looking for is, it would be great to see an axon or a model or a hand sketch of the outside of the house where you're putting your addition, in terms of what does that look like on that side. So if we got the if your axon, if you gave us the opposite side of how we're seeing that.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
I have elevations. If Professor Damiano will zoom in, it's on the it's the one below that. That's what.
And that's a really nice elevation. It's like one of these things that, like ideally if we're all sitting in a studio, there'd be a cardboard model and you could just pick it up and spin it. So, the fact that we're all sitting here totally crippled with our TV screens is, and, I commend all of you for, as first year students, being able to get through this in this manner of working. You guys are doing an amazing job.
Yeah, great points.
So Richard, it's that elevation, which is really interesting. Like, it's just a really simple shape, but it would be nice to see what that's like spatially.
Yeah. Okay. Because we're convinced, but we want to see more, which is nice when a project gets that kind of critique, right? It's like
right, and it's like because everybody has so much time in the architecture studio. It's like, well, can't you just do a couple more?
Yeah, probably the most effective place that it starts to let us understand that is the first perspective as part of your black and white blue sky series, right? Right there.
Yeah.
Right. Which is kind of convincing me. And what I want to do now is I want to see it from the other corner. I want to start to understand how it resolves the other elevation. So anyway, very nice.
I'll work on that.
Somehow I'm not surprised. Good.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Last two. Take us home. Let's go. See, Sarah, I think is next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, my name is Sarah, and I studied Tham and Videgard's atrium house, which is located in an island in Sweden. In the original sequence of this building, the inner square form here serves as the access point for a bunch of the other important spaces around the building, and it's an open courtyard. So for that sequence, you go through the main entrance, which is located here, and you travel throughout this window door here, and continue throughout here and end up back into the courtyard. So for my tower addition, I added this staircase in the courtyard to continue the notion of the courtyard as the central access point. It goes upwards into the studio space located here, and it continues into the library in this L form. So in regards to the form of my addition, I concentrated on the balance and symmetry of the original building, and I wanted to maintain the overall balance in the massing. So I constructed the area of the courtyard space in the first floor to be equivalent to the tower addition, which is illustrated here. And this helps in keeping consistent proportions of space. One of the important features of the original building were that it had these large sliding glass windows that also double as doors. And I wanted to continue this flow of light and openness and the connection to the outer spaces. So I placed the windows such that they relate to both the first floor of the original building and also that they relate to the inner walls of the courtyard and the outer walls of the entire building. Another aspect to note in the first floor were these elevation shifts that kind of responded to like the natural undulating terrain of the location of the building. So I tried to emulate these elevation differences in my second floor addition by highlighting the most important spaces, which were the studio and the library. So these are at the highest elevations, which is shown in the diagrams here. In my axon, I wanted to highlight the sort of centrality of the courtyard here, and also like the somewhat circular notion of the sequence. And in these perspective views, they take you from the courtyard around, from the addition and the stairs up around the studio and the library, and it ends up into this balcony space here. Thank you.
Okay. All right, can you hear me and see my screen okay?
We can.
All right, so my name is Esme. I also studied the atrium house. So like Sarah said, it's a vacation house for a multi-generational family, and it's on an island in Sweden. So in my original studying of this house, I focused on pretty much the same sequence that Sarah did, which is this opening this porch as the first access point, and then traveling through the atrium, which gives, depending on what the viewer's intentions are, it gives a lot of choices, but the main one would be traveling through this sliding door into this main kitchen and living space. So in my addition, I was seeking to preserve and expand that space, that main living space. And in doing this, I was trying to keep in mind the sort of the aesthetic and the design that was intended for it at first. So I added a space that serves dually as a library and a studio. So it sits right on top of this space over here, as you can see. So to walk you through the sequence of this, after continuing the sequence of going through the atrium into the living space, if you turn around from this living space and face the other way, down this hallway is a spiral stair, which leads up into my space. And I continued up this large central fireplace to both separate, but can like preserve that walkway through the both of them. So as you continue past the fireplace, there's a large cut in the floor that I used to serve as a connection between the first level public space and the second level more private space of library and studio. And sort of this serves as a connection and also keeps that connection while preserving the privacy of the library and studio. And as you continue, since this is such a narrow space, in front of the fireplace and sort of behind this library in a separate area is where like seating would be for like library reading.
Just a little reading nook of some sort, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So another thing I want to emphasize is this house, its main its main rooms and everything is around the outside while the transitional space is around the inside, like this. And I put that spiral stair sort of in this pathway to preserve that transitional space and give a choice, not just to keep going around, but to go up as well.
All right.
I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
And Esme, I have a question. What is between the entrance to the courtyard and your spiral stair? Is that a living space, or what is that space in the original house?
Yeah, so this area?
No, to your left.
Right here?
And that in the space next to that. What is that part of the house?
So this is more, this has a bedroom and a bathroom. It's more of a private area. Since this is a large vacation house for a large family, it has many bedrooms and many bathrooms, and this is sort of more of a private suite, as you can see. And over here, these are like 3 less private bathrooms. So the public space that I'm focusing on and sort of right here.
Got it.
And I just to clarify, and I'm going to go to your plans for a second, just to make sure everyone understands. I think the thing that's interesting about both of them is, I'm going to start with Esme's plan just to help position this, because there's kind of an object. There's a please, thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. There we go. So the differences between the two schemes is, one is obviously you're kind of, Esme's doing that, and then she's using this slot to allow the stair to be kind of an object, right? And then Sarah is doing, as we can see, kind of completely the opposite, which is she's suggesting this kind of movement to the kind of dining space and then finding the stair and kind of ascending up here, right? So that's the kind of subtle differences, but one's creating a kind of choice, a kind of, right? Esme's saying you either go left or right, and then Sarah is talking about kind of counterclockwise sequential condition. I was just going to comment real briefly about Sarah. One thing I would add to your I think your axonometric paraline. Yeah, I'm looking at that drawing, and I am, because there's a wall here, and I think that's a very good move. We've spoken about that earlier, that it's kind of disguised, so you have to kind of experience and then kind of go up. I think that's a really effective aspect of the sequence. It's missing in your axonometric, and one thing you may propose to do is you could explode it, and whatever it might be, you may have to pull this up a little higher, but something to help us understand that there's this surface, and then there's this axonometric of the upper level, helping us understand, because this is missing from the equation right now, and it would be very helpful in explaining your intent that it's shown, besides just dashing it and saying it goes away, because in fact you really want to make people aware of it in that axonometric drawing, because it's actually meant to be screened, right?
Right, because otherwise that's the first thing you see as you enter into the courtyard.
Right.
And I guess I would add one more thing that we'd want to know as well, because I think right now my assumption is what determined the location of the L-shaped addition above was the fact that this was the best place to put the stair. And I would want to believe that there's a stronger, more powerful reason for having decided where to put that L shape, because so in other words, like for me, it's like, where's north or where's south? Because I think you're going to either allow more and better light into the courtyard, depending on which side you put that L on. And so I think it's a really important, like as soon as you agree that that's what you're going to do, then what side it goes on probably has a lot to do with the light.
Yeah, it does, like, right, because you don't want to build up and then put your whole courtyard in shadow. Or
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I think for Esme's, whereas in this version, Sarah's, the stair on the outside suggests that it's possible that that's, an office, or, that maybe it's an in-law, or maybe it's a rental. It definitely suggests that you could kind of come into the courtyard before then passing. It is a courtyard, right? It's not a enclosed. Okay.
It is.
Before you then make your way up to the second story space. Whereas I think in Esme's, obviously you're well into the house before you're going up to that new second level. And so it's a much different sort of reason for why you'd want to go up there. I have a couple questions for Esme.
Right, but also that stair could just as easily be on the opposite side of the courtyard, so it's concealed, but it's available to you as you enter into the courtyard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess my question for Esme, because I think what the addition itself is perfectly fine, except for when you start to sort of imagine how you might use this space, a couple of things jump out. Like one, the connection to the floor below is a nice idea, but I think it also sort of disrupts how you move through that space or how you occupy that space. So I guess I'd be more inclined to allow the relationship with the folks below, or the spaces below, to just be more visual into that courtyard, or into the courtyard and then through the windows. The other would be like, is that fireplace two-sided on the ground level? Because I'd be inclined to move the spiral stair next to the fireplace, open the fireplace up to the larger space on the second level. And that way you kind of get those two vertical elements next to each other, which would then clean up that sort of one space on one side of the fireplace, because things are all kind of broken up now.
Well, they're broken up. It's also that when the stair is at the end and in the corner of the second floor, that all becomes sort of it's like a dog run, that you don't have any sort of privacy between one to the other. Whereas if the stair were central or part of or somehow attached to that chimney, then you have discrete zones that could be used in different places.
Yeah, and of course the same is true of Esme's. You wouldn't want to put that addition on the north side or on the south side of your home in Sweden, I wouldn't think. So that's one where, like in terms of, when you're describing even the notion of how you arrived at this location, I think there's the relationship with what all is happening below, but then also there has to be some acknowledgement of what this addition might do to that courtyard.
I'm surprised neither of you approached this with more of a tower type of
well, and what was interesting is Sarah described hers as a tower.
Right. I mean, this building is this nice sort of continuation of a ring of a building that it seems that you could have essentially continued that, and especially as Esme talked about sort of the inner circulatory system that the house has, a stair could have been pulled in as part of that, and you essentially could have taken this and just continued that up as a tower piece, or tacked it on to the end as a tower piece.
Right, or even outside of it, because this is one that in this project, my understanding is this house sits in the middle of a wide open landscape. Which is very different. Most of these other projects are sort of locked in different manners, and here there's nobody. I guess it's just a bunch of it's a bunch of sheep on the outside. So I was curious, Sarah, as you describe, as you went through and described this, you described it as a tower that you were adding, and as you were showing us this sort of L-shaped addition. And so one of the things I was curious about was in going through for both of you and going through your original schematic conceptual ideas, did you look at any sort of towers in terms of how they were placed? And is it a tower on the outside, or is it a tower within the courtyard, or even do you make an accessory building outside of this very clean, clear courtyard?
Hi. In regards to the question about making it more of a tower like more of a tower, like with more floors on top of it, I thought that because the original architects, they included these very large open glass windows that connected directly to the terrain, as well as this sort of very centralized courtyard, which is in the middle. I thought that adding more floors above the initial floor would kind of obstruct the natural sunlight that comes into that area. So I wanted to keep it as low as possible, but I admittedly didn't consider the notion of building.
Right. Well, you'd want to take into account, of course, solar orientation. If you made a tower, to make sure it doesn't cast a shadow into the courtyard. There's ways to work through it. I think when I was doing the original tests of all these programs on these buildings, I suspected I would see a tower at one point, because it actually seemed like the easier solution. But the two of you have kind of proved otherwise, that the idea that you can, I appreciate that you're interested in kind of continue to define the space as opposed to space and object. And so it's a fair critique, and it's also reasonable, the approach that the two of you have chosen, right? One chooses a single bar, one chooses an L. But we're still not quite sure how sun would kind of affect this condition. So right now, all the drawings that we've done with the relief models, et cetera, have not dealt with the issue of sun, but that's something clearly you're going to want to test if doing a project like this. And in upcoming studios, you're going to want to make sure that you're thinking about the kind of solar orientation when thinking about how you build and what you build, and whether it builds steps back or pull or is higher because of an orientation issue. I was going to point out some obvious things that, Esme, you probably know, but it's like your perspective views still don't show your addition. Either you've chosen photographs that don't have the addition in sight, or what is the consequence of the addition to that context would be something I'd like you to work on for us for Monday. The other is just an issue of kind of graphic representation. I think this drawing's way too large for what it's trying to tell us, and if it truly is trying to make us understand about kind of spatial overlap and things, then I think the diagram could be a different type of diagram. You're interested in the open connected space, but let this be a spatial diagram as opposed to what it seems to be a kind of strange. Right now it's not helping us understand it spatially. I think the kind of hatching that you're putting in it, all that kind of stuff doesn't really help us compared to. There was a really wonderful drawing that we had seen earlier, and it was in the Meesk projects. I'm going to just go back over to it. I think it was someone's. It's been a long day, but it is in Rebecca's. This plan drawing way over here, where you could be studying that section probably in a technique similar to what I just circled right here. And you would be in more control of what you're producing, and you would be in more control of representing it to us, helping us understand that you understand the sectional connections that are occurring through these overlap conditions. So do that, please. And Paul, I want to get your feedback, because you were talking a bit about the representation today, about whether it's white or whether it's texture mapped correctly or not. I'm wondering, what's your thoughts about Sarah's, where here she does the contrast between the masonry base and the addition that sits on top of it in her perspective views?
Yeah, those, maybe I'm responding to it being in Sweden.
Yeah, I was going to say
and I'm like, oh yeah, a nice stone foundation with a stucco box on top. That's perfectly fine for the Scandinavias. You know what I mean?
Right.
I feel the same way.
Well, I mean, especially with the vernacular there, it's either you have medieval stone towers, or you have this sort of board and batten, wood construction. So I think I responded, or maybe it's just, the snowy sky on the right, where we're all thinking about how cold it gets there. But I think, I read this as it's a complementary material on the second floor, and that the proportions of the top to the bottom in a separate material are quite nice.
Yeah,
I'm so glad the two of you are talking about it this way, because I don't want to mislead students. Like I don't want Sarah to be like, oh, well, in an earlier review they said I have to texture map the heck out of it. And in this particular case, right, it's notice how the critics are talking about the appropriateness of contrast. When is it appropriate?
I think for each project, and we've seen this different times today, that there are different tools for everything that you're trying to put across as an idea. And one of the things that makes you so successful is trying to figure out what that tool is, and making it clear and concise so that your idea is immediately understood.
Yeah, and what I might add is I almost these are the two images that I kind of looked at, and I thought on the one on the left I was like, gosh, this doesn't look like the right way to do this. But then I looked at the image on the right and I was like, I like it, as the L, because the single bar across the top with that little bit of white running the other way, I was like, I don't know. So I think that's also when I started to think, well, which side would you put the L on? And then I was like, well, I guess it would go on the side where you're not going to cast shadows into the courtyard. So I think big decisions can be made here before you even get into the whole conversation about what the materials might be. You know, they might cloud, like if somebody would have used some kind of, you know, unusual material, I might have got caught up in the material rather than kind of getting more caught up in the bigger decisions that need to be made. But I do think it also has to do with the location, because, you know, the number of sort of structures in the Scandinavias and or, you know, closer to home, Pennsylvania in the Northeast, that have stone bases and frame tops is, you know, it's such a common theme that you don't mind seeing it here.
Terrific. Good. And I see someone put a post-it in about adding another view. I think that's a very good point.
I mean, can I offer up like a general comment? I mean, one of the things I was, I guess, anxious for throughout the day was, you know, I always wanted to know, you know, well, who wanted this edition in the first place, and why do they want it? And from what I gather, you know, obviously the faculty wanted the edition, but I think it was roughly up to the students to decide why did they want the edition, right? So in other words, their response was based on their attitude towards why would this particular house need this type of edition. And it came up here in that house that I got totally confused on, where I thought it was two families with a shared courtyard and you know, because at that point you want, if you knew, like for instance, no, it's the one homeowner who wants an addition, then putting a tower, you know, out back next to the reflecting pool totally makes sense, right? But if it's, you know, so that's the backstories in some way are of interest to me, but I also understood they weren't really part of the project.
That's terrific. So no, I appreciate kind of closing comments. I think we are obviously winding down. It's been a long day. We obviously appreciate, Paul and Betty, your time, as well as the students for sticking it out for 2 days and running late. But it was important for everyone to have a nice, thorough review for the efforts you put in this semester.
Yeah, I would say in closing, you know, all of you are finishing your first year. And in finishing your first year and spending the last 6 weeks not in the studio, that's a really challenging place to be. And just trying to figure out these platforms of technology and how you're going to continue communication is really, really difficult. And I have to say, for a project that you basically started as this, you know, shelter at home went into effect, I think you all did an amazing job. I'm stunned.
Yeah, I'll second that as well. I think both the quantity and the quality of work that everybody was able to generate, for the most part, the clarity of the presentations, you know, that I keep going back and forth on, you know, like if I didn't know that this was all done at home remotely, would I have known that this was all done at home remotely? You know, would we have somehow seen it up on the walls in a studio differently, one way or the other? I'm not sure about the answer to that yet, but I think what was here was perfectly great for a review like this. You know, I didn't kind of go through the afternoon looking at all these projects and hearing the students talk and think to myself, oh wow, you know, it's too bad, you know, that they didn't have the studio experience, because these would have been a whole lot better. I think they were very strong, regardless of whether we were in the physical studio or not. I think the only thing that I was bothered by slightly is the fact that I can't see all the students, you know, like.
Right. Yeah. No, I was just saying, I had, you know, my one criticism would be, as students were presenting, a lot of times we just saw a photograph of them. And for those 3 students, it's like, can we see your face? Because if we were here and didn't see our face and you just saw, like, you know, a letter B, I think, you know, like it's just weird.
Yeah, it sure is. I think part of the problem is crashing the system. When we go to all video, it cripples us a bit with the Zoom call. But and I think there's also some students, maybe they don't want to show their faces. But I think for fun, if we turn on
Right,
all the
because we're all still in
cameras,
pajamas.
I think, or next time you go with a photograph of the architect, looking both suspicious and possibly slightly angered by all of this, that might have worked too.
Right. Hey, as my closing comment, I'd like to just say is I'm hoping all the students have learned through this semester the importance and the role of using diagrams and how diagrams can, one, help you through your design process, sort of simplify things, simplify your ideas, test your ideas, and be able to do it in a graphic way, and then as a tool of communication, it is such a tremendous tool that can help you sort of break down complex ideas into simple parts and be able to then easily graphically explain those ideas to somebody else. Really, really important tool to be using throughout your 5 years of schooling, but certainly your entire career, and continue to work at it. And generally speaking, the simpler your diagram can be, the better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, other faculty, any kind of closing comments? Because I'll give the last word if you don't mind.
Sure. I'd like to add the importance of the critical composition, because I think. And I think from the very beginning of this semester, that was drilled into all of the projects. And we kept coming back to that, understanding it in 3 dimensions and how it can relate to space and circulation and orientation and a lot of other things. As all of you go on to second year and all the way through your rest of your tenure in college, it's going to be really easy to forget that because there's going to be a lot of other variables added to this, some of which I know Paul mentioned, such as orientation. And just in Esme's and Sarah's behalf, the architects never told you what the orientation of that house was. There was nothing in their information that gave you that information. Wow. But on the other hand, as program gets added and we begin to introduce other things such as sustainability and all kinds of fabrication issues and so on, we still keep coming back to critical composition as being very significant in how we make architecture.
So fast. I want to agree with what Andrew said about the importance of diagramming, and I think it's been interesting to sort of follow this project, and I mean the semester as well. That the lessons that you've learned about diagramming are not just in response to existing structures, right? You can use diagrams to generate information based on programs, based on project briefs, based on everything, right? And so I think it's important to sort of have this foundation and look at it like that, so that when you go through the next 4 years of your education, you always come back to this about how to sort of break problems down, break ideas down, break the understanding down, and build it back up. And diagrams are really great to do that. And then I also wanted to hop on what Betty said about the transition to this situation. I know that this has been a challenge for all of us, and I just want to commend everybody for getting here, because there's a lot more that we're all dealing with than just studio. And I know that everybody here has faced challenges, and here we are celebrating some really great work. So I look forward to seeing everybody back in person and, being together again in person. That feels sort of silly, but I'm excited to see all your faces again, not digitally. And as you know, for those in my section, not with horrible sound or too much lag from my bad internet. So anyways, I I'll be reaching out to my separate studio, my individual studio, to talk about individual conversations at the end of the semester, but I'm excited that we've got here. So you should all be feeling pretty proud.
Agreed. Anyone else? Okay, well then I'll wrap this up. So obviously, everyone, please work on your documentation to be uploaded for Monday. Check the announcements, and please remember there are conferences with your studio faculty on Monday. We have it scheduled during studio hours, so from 1:30 to 4 o'clock is what we had written, and I imagine the faculty would be placing people in the waiting room and get to you one at a time. And it's optional, but it's a worthwhile thing to do if you want to get some additional feedback. It won't be project specific, I imagine, unless for those of you who maybe didn't present. If you need that kind of feedback, obviously that might be a good time to get a 5 or 10 minute review out of it. My closing comments are going to be relatively brief, but I want you to kind of. So first thing I'd want to say is, I'm impressed and I'm proud of your success. I'm similar to what Annie's talking about, and I appreciate your resilience during this time and sticking with it, because I'm in this, 6.5 weeks ago, we were in a tough spot as to how to kind of proceed and what to proceed and how to kind of retool our workflow to get somewhere. And I think you all really succeeded in a very positive way about the willingness to kind of be redirected and to kind of develop a new workflow. And I think majority of you really succeeded quite successfully, and many of you have actually improved a great deal this semester, and I'm really proud of that. I often say that architecture, it's important, and it is. It is to us as a faculty. I think you really got a good sense of that this semester. I think in the beginning you were looking at us all a little suspiciously that we think this seriously about this stuff. But I think by the end, you realize we are passionate and believe it is important. And so please don't forget that. And that's where I'll go through my last remaining items here, which is, please do not forget the lessons learned, right? Which has been mentioned, and it's really true. And all of the lessons I think that have been taught to you this semester are important. Remember the process we introduced to you and how to kind of go about a design problem, right? And how we didn't do everything all at once, right? And how we kind of set up the problems. In the future here at Carnegie Mellon, you're not going to be given the clearest process. And I think it's important for you to kind of reflect back upon the processes that we've gone about and use those as a way to kind of tackle difficult studio problems as they come up in the future. So in other words, don't forget what you've learned here. Understand this stuff takes time. Right? There are no shortcuts to your education. There's no shortcuts to studio. And I think many of you understood that in this final project. And once again, I think that kind of transition really happened. And it was really a delight. It's too bad we didn't get to see it in person, but we got to see it virtually, that kind of switch that kind of went off with all of you. And I think that was a real proud moment for me to kind of see you are all very different people now than when we started. And that's something that's really wonderful. This summer, work on things that you found difficult here. It's easy to spend the summer avoiding the things that you found difficult, but I don't think that's time well spent. I would say the advantage of online learning has been that we have Zoom recorded so much, and I would say if there were difficulties, so Esme, I'm not quite sure if you know how to make an axonometric because you keep showing us the perspective view and paraline drawing, right? So like if you're having trouble, like this is the time to kind of do that, right? To work on the things, revisit the lectures, to help strengthen what you need in the upcoming semester. The other thing is, like we've mentioned before, is visit online sources about architecture. I mean, right now you're probably all feeling like between history and the media project that's going to be due, that you're like, I'm not going to be able to even look at architecture all summer. But I think in a couple of weeks you're going to get hungry again. And I would say, remember the sources that we've talked about this semester in lectures and what to visit every day, etc. And keep an open mind towards all this, right? You are in a kind of critical time. You have, as I mentioned in the beginning, you have the energy, so use that energy wisely to kind of learn the discipline. Continue to read about architects, and what I would recommend this summer is to read about the architects you've been introduced to. Think about all 21 of them. Like, I think if you're looking for things to do, right, and looking to kind of gain your knowledge, these architects aren't going to let you down if you do more research and are wondering what to do and what to read. I think, going to Amazon and finding things on these architects, an architect that maybe you weren't assigned that you found interesting, right? That's a kind of great way to kind of fill your summer and still be engaged in the discipline, in the education of being an architect. So those are my main points. And I was gonna end with a kind of quote. This is my JFK quote, which I think is a good one, which is like, it's the moon quote, but we can kind of modify it for studio. It's like, and so instead of saying we go to the moon because it's easy, because it's not easy, I'm sorry, right? Instead, we could say, we go to studio not because it's easy, but because it's hard. And I think that's important. I think you all realized the difficulty of it, but also I think you're all, I'm hoping by the end of this semester, become kind of intoxicated by it. So be well, everyone. And please, reach out to your faculty for your conferences on Friday. Do good documentation so we can give you the grades you deserve for your efforts. And once again, be well. So thanks again, guests. Really appreciate it. We owe you one.
Thank you.
And faculty, once again, thank you all for your hard work. Students, obviously, we couldn't have done any of it without you. So thank you all as well. And let's call this a wrap, everyone. So
cheers.
Thank you.
See you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jose.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, professors.
Thanks. Take care, everybody.